gets twisted. The streets listen.
People keep mixing soil contamination with black mold, but they are not the same thing. Brownfield contamination refers to environmental pollutants in soil or groundwater, and that does not automatically create mold. Mold comes from moisture, not from contaminated dirt outside. Two buildings next to each other can exist, one perfectly clean and one with serious mold, because moisture is the real trigger.
Tonight we break down the facts. No confusion, just receipts. Soil is not mold. Know the difference. Hashtag pull-up team, assemble.
It's slick tonight. Good thing I'm wearing the quiet shoes. The city never sleeps. Just hides things in the puddles. Huh. That's my signal. They want the truth? I'm on my way.
Pull-up team, assemble!
We don't run, we pull up.
Where it all comes together. Every receipt, every message, every dollar. Each one a point on the line. Watch how they connect. Follow the money and the picture clears. And at the end of the trail, that's the truth.
Receipt pulled, breaking it down. Evidence loaded. Now we know. Let's pull up, team.
They love to talk. I move on proof. Show me the receipts. The squad behind me, fact check everything. No cap, just facts. Pull up.
Time to clear the air.
Your truth is just a voice.
And listen close. We got the receipts.
That won't save you.
Truth versus deception, and we don't lose.
Team, time to end this.
Truth stream pod!
Being locked.
Let's shut him down.
Take this! He's freaking apart!
Receipts don't lie.
Numbers tell one story. A seat like this tells another. It's not just gold and weight. It's decisions. Every word counts up here.
Your receipt leaves a mark. Every document has a fingerprint. Follow the numbers long enough and the story writes itself. The trail doesn't lie.
Stay tight.
Fire! Launch it!
Pull up, team! The city's ours tonight! Look at him roar! Let it go! Baby! Victory!
Bar just hit 100. Hold steady. Here comes the truth.
Truth incoming. Clearing up. Step in.
Identity confirmed.
That's our guy. We pulled the curtain tonight.
Hustling.
Bank trail locked. Receipts flagged.
Here we go.
The breakdown begins.
Corruption sequence initiated. Not today.
Right, truth data form.
Pull up team, go! Feel the truth!
Truth counterattack activated. Last receipt. Truth over everything. Case closed. Truth wins.
Peace, peace. It's your boy KKC, and we're back like your right shoulder blade. We never left. Shout out to the pull-up team and everybody that's in the chat right now. You are tuned into another episode of the Receipt Show with your boy KKC as we get ready to talk about Malik canceled KKC. Then the research destroyed the narrative live. So make sure you hit that like button. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel for more content and join the pull-up team. man, oh man, oh man. We got so much to get into today. Listen. So you guys that have been rocking with the channel, you know, I've been doing this for 6 years, calling Umar Johnson out on his BS. And I am still saying Umar Johnson is scamming the black community. He has been doing so for over 20 years. Records show it goes all the way back to 2009. I met him in 2014. And it ain't been right since. But that does not mean that we cannot call Umar Johnson out on his scams with updated information. We have to make sure we have updated receipts at all times. And I understand that some people cannot wrap their heads around some of the receipts, because for years we have been calling all the receipts BS. We've been calling Umar Johnson out for not doing certain things that he should be doing. But when the receipts show that there are some things that he actually are and has been doing, we have to still update the receipt and still call him out. And so that's what we are going to do today right here on the Receipt Show. So I need for everyone to make sure they hit that like button as they come on into the building, because we need to see who is in the house. We got a lot of people that is coming into the place. Shout out to everybody that's coming in. We got Giselle James saying, "You man late." Man, listen, I'm always on time, playboy. Respect my pimping. Shout out to Giselle James. He's in the house. We got Lone Star in the house. Manny is in the house. We got Make a Change in the house. Shout out to the pull-up team. RSDR 507 is in the house. We got One True Emperor in the house. Rum. Shout out to you. I see you. Jessica May is in the house. Yo, what's going on? By Honest Scoop. And we got Last Call in the house. And you too, up in the clouds. Listen, it is only fair that we start putting, certain information out there. Now, it is it's no secret. It is absolutely no secret that I have been taking issue with Ms. Mary Ann Lawrence claims. I've been saying, listen, again, I've been doing this for 6 years. And the last time somebody came out and said that there is going to be litigation brought against Umar Johnson is going to jail. They've reported Umar Johnson to various government agencies. Nothing ever materialized from those claims. What? That's right. That is absolutely right. For years, I got behind, and so did other content creators, champion a certain individual as they led the way for people to believe Umar Johnson was going to not only go down, but he was going to answer for his scams by way of going to court. Criminal charges was going to be brought against him, and the list goes on. This individual said that they contacted the FBI. They said that Umar Johnson was under investigation. I've been here. I've done that. And I don't want to get hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray. I don't want to get done like that again. So I ask, hey, where are the receipts? We are no better than Umar Johnson if we're out here saying that we're doing this, that, and the third, and we have no receipts to back them up. So I'm asking, where are the receipts? I don't think there's anything wrong with me asking that question. At least I didn't think it was anything wrong with it. But then, oh, I got cussed all the way out. And I'm like, hold on. Does my experience not matter? Does my experience in this same space, listening to the same stuff by new people, does that not matter? I've heard this before. I followed somebody, and not only did I get hoodwinked, bamboozled, and led astray, I also got attacked. I don't want to go through that no more. I don't want to experience that anymore. And I don't want anyone from my neck of the woods to go through that. So I'm asking for receipts. And you know what happened? You know what happened? Somebody said, okay, KKC, here's a receipt. You gonna get behind the movement. And they gave me a copy of Miss Mary Ann's check that she says she got from suing Umar Johnson. And I was like, okay, cool. I finally got a receipt. I'm ready to get behind Miss Mary Ann. And I opened the email, and the first thing I said was, what? Like, I see a check on the screen. I get a check that shows pay to 68 or pay up to 68,600, and it says pay to the order of Mary Lorient. And I'm like, how do I know that Umar Johnson paid this $68,600? I'm back to, I gotta take your word for it. How do I know this check didn't come from you completing a project? You make movies, you in studio and film. How do I know this check right here didn't come from a completed project? You redacted everything. You redacted who paid you. You redacted where the check came from. You redacted the memo, and I get that. You redacted the check number. I get that. You showed me the amount and the name. Who paid you? I'm back asking the question once again. Where are the receipts? Who paid you this check? Where did this check come from? Who? Come on. I really want to get behind Mary Ann, Miss Laurent, but she's making it so hard. She's making this, and she's making this incredibly hard. She's making this so unnecessarily hard. You should be able to redact the information around Umar Johnson paying you, the money. You can redact the check number. You can redact the memo. You can redact your information. You don't want nobody to know where you come from. But the main information about who or where this check came from, you made sure you blotted it out. I don't know who paid her this. I don't know. And again, my experience speaks for me. Now, I got people that already showed up, in the comment sections of my videos saying, KKC, you are an undercover Umar Johnson supporter. Listen, I done put in 6 years. I'm so past that shaming tactic. It's pathetic. Because the same people that you all are listening to, they're saying that the land is contaminated. They got that from me. You see, I've been around longer than a Malik. You know, I've been around longer than this guy. And I understand that, you know, he may be able to yell louder than I can, because I'm just not that angry in life. I'm just not. I'm more calm in life and more happy. But it doesn't stop the fact that receipts are receipts. You're not mad at me. You are mad at the receipts. You're not mad at me. You are mad at the receipts. And I can understand, because, again, I had to come to the understanding that not everything that I've been saying during this entire situation with Umar Johnson is correct. It's not. And I understand it. I'm not mad, but it's like, you know, when the information updates, you have to make sure that you follow up with that information, or the updated information, if you will. Case in point. Case in point. A lot of people say that there are no permits on the building. You should be able to show the permits and still tell the people that no, FDMG is not coming. I've had this conversation with people. Here is the old billing system. We are looking at permits and inspections. I have the parcel number of 260-294-0027, which is the parcel number to what is going to be the elementary school, according to Umar Johnson. I don't believe that to be true, but those are his words, not mine. So when I plug that parcel number in and I hit search, I'm taken to the permits and inspections search results page. I'm interested in page number 2, because page number 2 has the permit that I'm about to show you. I've said several times, there is record that Umar Johnson has pulled permits at this location. There is records, not records that I hold, but the city, the same city that others claim are allowing Umar Johnson and this scam to keep going. I too would agree to a certain extent that the city officials is allowing this mess to go on. I would agree with that. But there is still a receipt on file with that same city, and it's a permit, and that permit has been completed. And if you look at this line right here, second line, 611 East 17th Street, Douglas, Frederick, and Garvey, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing, for the parcel number ID 260-294-0027. The status, it shows complete. You can reference the number 100073004. There was fees of, looks like $44. So when we click on details, it takes us to the permits and inspections, the application reference number 1073-004. The status complete / completed. It means that this receipt matters. It only becomes invalid if the status was incomplete or the work was not complete, and or it says expired, something along those lines. If it says complete, it says completed, this receipt matters. And if you go on down, you know, you got the project activity, which was plumbing work for commercial. You have the location of 611 East 17th Street in Wilmington, Delaware. You have the owner name of Douglas Frederick and Garvey. And again, you have the parcel number of 260-294-0027. The permits that was found, a building permit, it was issued, the permit number 202302226. The fees was $44. The plumbing final, it was an inspection type under inspections. The owner again, Douglas Frederick and Garvey. The result, pass. You want to go up here and click view application information. When you click that hyperlink, it takes you to more information. It takes you to the application reference of 100073004. The status is still complete/completed. The application was received on January 19th of 2023. The applicant name, the people that applied, was Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. The owner was Douglas Frederick and Garvey. The owner ID is 156991. The location was 611 East 17th Street in Wilmington, Delaware, and the parcel ID is 260-294-0027. Again, the project activity was plumbing work for commercial. The project description, they installed a 12-gallon electric water heater in the gym ceiling. The contractor was Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. Their contractor ID is 603695, and the estimated cost is $1,986. Now, there's a document, and this is a hyperlink, and it's a PDF. And when you click it, it downloads. And when you look at the download, this is what it shows. The actual permit. The actual permit for the city of Wilmington. And it says Building Division Inspection Report. And it says Department of Licenses and Inspections, 800 North French Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. It says the property address of 611 East 17th Street by the contractor Benjamin Franklin did some work in the gymnasium. And this is the permit number 202-30226. The work was completed on January 23rd, 2023. And you can call about this information by calling phone number 302-225-7106. You can also email allison.evansbfp@gmail.com because Cameron Evans was the site contact for this job. The inspections that took place was for plumbing and HVAC final. The comments on the work was final plumbing water heater and fixtures. And they put stickers with the number 69424 on the water heater. And guess what? The work was approved and signed off by Glenn E. Smith, who was the area inspector, and then Jack Lindell, who was the contract owner. Uh-oh. As a matter of fact, let me make it more dramatic. You see, it becomes a problem. It's so crazy because, again, I'm still saying Umar Johnson is not going to open FDMG. I believe that. But I'm saying that along with updated information that I have that can be traced, valid, confirmed. You can call and you can find this on file with the city. which then suggests, is FDMG really on some type of contaminated land if they allow that work to be done? So I did some digging and I did some searching, and I was able to find audio of former President Joe Biden in 2022 saying that Wilmington, Delaware, everyone has cancer. That's one of the things I found. So let me play that audio real quick.
And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening? You had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer.
So before I get a copyright, I just want to stop it right there. He said that pretty much because of what was going on in the atmosphere up there, that's why him and Dan and others have cancer. Such a tragic situation. I kept digging, and shout out to Jessica May. She said she had to get back to work, but she helped me out with my investigation, and I came across this document that was last updated July 30th of 2024, tackling pollution in Delaware and how to help. Tackling pollution in Delaware and how to help. This matters because a lot of people want to get involved in what's going on in Wilmington, Delaware, and how they can make the, community aware of the hazardous materials and places in Wilmington, right? And so it says Delaware is one of the most polluted states in the U.S. agriculture industry. Gas burning vehicles and wildfire smoke all damage the state's natural environment. The state government is working to clean up this pollution, and individual Delawareans can help too. And I would assume even if you are not a Delawarean, that's a lot. So they have in this article how much pollution is there in Delaware. They have what are the biggest causes of pollution in Delaware. Let's go there. The biggest causes of pollution in Delaware. Delaware's pollution problems aren't all homegrown. Air pollutants can blow downwind into Delaware from other states and even from as far as away as Canada. Over 90% of ozone pollution in Delaware comes from outside the state, but much of the state's pollution is due to various factors within Delaware, from road traffic to industry. Then you have them breaking down vehicle emissions, smokestack emissions, agriculture, chemical waste. Chemical waste is what is important because we know that according to documentation, the buildings that Umar Johnson purchased used to house chemicals. And because of that, a lot of folks believe that the site or that location is on contaminated land. Hercules Inc. was the people that had the chemicals on that land. So we take a look at the chemical waste. Another major Delaware industry, chemical manufacturing, also contributes to the state's water woes. Waste products from the state's chemical plants have polluted the state's rivers, lakes, and coastal waters. In 2021, 3 chemical companies agreed to pay Delaware $50 million for polluting its waters with poly fluorochemical, I don't know if I'm saying that right, substances. Other pollutants associated with chemical manufacturing include dioxins and polychlorinated biphenyls. I don't know if I'm saying that right too. I'm giving it a shot, y'all. I'm trying. Either way, 3 chemical companies agreed to pay Delaware $50 million for polluting its waters with PFAS is what they listed it as. Now, when we go back up, we now know what are the biggest causes with a focus on the chemical portion. They also have how does pollution affect Delaware residents. You can, take a look at how, that affects the residents. Pollution harms Delaware residents' health and quality of life in a variety of ways. You got air pollution contributes to a variety of lung diseases and also worsens heart disease. Pollutants in the water can also cause many illnesses, including cancer, and can spread infectious diseases. Pollution blankets the landscape in smog and makes the state's waterways unsafe for drinking, fishing, and swimming. It damages buildings with soot stains and erodes them with acid rain. It's interesting, but let's continue. But the most serious problem of all Delaware is the threat of climate change. Rising global temperatures will make extreme weather like heat waves and severe storms more common. Heat-related illnesses, erosion, and flooding will all occur more often. And as polar ice melts, sea levels will rise, threatening access to beach communities. Even the port of Wilmington could see its main facilities disappear beneath the waves. You have pollution, environmental justice. The dangers of pollution aren't spread evenly across the state. Certain groups, particularly people of color and people living in poverty, suffer more from its effects. Members of these groups are much more likely to live in highly polluted areas, such as near chemical plants. It's very important that here we go. Near chemical plants, because they live near Hercules Inc. That happened. They also have less access to high quality health care that could protect them from pollution's harms. A 2017 study compared low-income minority neighborhoods in Newcastle County with other parts of Delaware. It found that people in those neighborhoods had more exposure to pollution and higher rates of cancer and respiratory illnesses. That makes remedying pollution in these areas a matter of environmental justice, necessitating protecting those who bear the greatest burden. Gotta make sure that we include that portion of this article into what we are saying. So when we go back to the topics covered, it says what's being done to clean up Delaware, and then there's also how you can contribute to a cleaner Delaware. So what's being done to clean up Delaware? Well, Delaware state government, together with businesses and nonprofits, is working to clean up pollution throughout the first state. Projects underway include, here we go, you have clean car incentives, you have the Clean Water Trust. That was, the 50 million Delaware Clean Water Trust was established in 2021. The money in the trust is dedicated to protecting Delaware's waterways from pollution and improving the state's drinking water system. The law that created it also has an EJ component, dedicating a share of the funds to improvements in low-income communities. Then you have Delaware coastal cleanup. You have climate action plan climate action plan. In 2021, Delaware passed a climate action plan to help the state deal with climate change. Part of this plan focuses on reducing greenhouse gas emissions to keep climate change under control. It calls for the state to scale up clean energy production, increase energy efficiency, and speed to transition to EVs. There's also a focus on preserving forests, wetlands, and urban green spaces that act as carbon sinks. You also have community solar. Delaware passed its first law enabling community solar residents sharing the output from a small solar farm in 2010. Then in 2021, it amended this law to increase the maximum size of community solar installations. It also required 15% of all community solar shares to go to low-income customers. And then it's a whole, breakdown how you can contribute to a cleaner Delaware. There are many ways for individual Delawareans to help with the state's pollution problems. For instance, you can take part in the annual Delaware Coastal Cleanup to remove trash from beaches and waterways. In between cleanups, you can pick up trash near your home and when out hiking. Take recyclable items home to put in your bin and toss the rest in the nearest trash can. One really easy way to help expand renewable energy is to sign up for community solar. Perch makes it easy to find a nearby community solar project that can get you a discounted electric bill. You can also reduce air and water pollution by cutting your use of fossil fuels. One way to do this is to save energy at home. That can mean adjusting your thermostat, adding insulation, eliminating phantom power use, or upgrading to energy efficient light bulbs and appliances. On the road, you can reduce gasoline use by driving less or switching to an EV or both. So that was a document that I came across. Shout out to Jessica May. So I kept researching. I was like, surely there has to be something. It's got to be more to it than, just this whole, how do you say it? Stachybotrys chartarum or black mold situation. Surely that's got to be a black mold crisis. And I found this document. Over 100 Delaware schools have elevated lead levels in water. What it means for your kids. This comes from Delaware News Journal, and it's from May 19th of 2023. But this is talking about elevated lead levels in the water. It's not talking about anything dealing with Stachybotrys. Stachybotrys is very important because it is said that the land is sitting on contaminations. Now, I want to make sure that I make it clear. This was said on the Information Man show between Malik and Information Man. Let me go ahead and get that audio set up. All right. Now, again, I just want you guys to hit that like button. Make sure that you subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell if you haven't. Here we go. I got everything set up. All right. Here we go, y'all.
If you would let me just address something real quick.
Yes, you can address whatever you like.
I don't like to do this, but it appears that we have hope. We have definitely paid for likes. I don't get paid for comments. I have 2 YouTube channels that's been up before people even knew what YouTube are. I turned down book deals. So goddamn, what is a church? Mary Ann said that herself. You is her who we are talking about. So what is a church? A church don't get to have mold in the congregation. And thank you to Grandma, because I haven't forgot.
Glow, what's going on,
She
Sister
came
Glow?
on and used the example. One apartment shut down the whole floor. But you over here, this ain't the show for me. Hell no. Because we ain't rotten with no fraud. He's taking
a black man, and yes, I am a father, and yes, I would ask my children, if you gonna come out here and you gonna claim that you was frauded, make sure that you tell your story and you stick to your story. Because once you start trying to tell your story so that you can be popular and you can keep the attention that you're gaining, people are going to start poking holes in what you say. Since you are calling me out, I don't know why, because yes, I still believe that based on there being a permit on record down at the city that suggests that there's a possibility Umar could make a shot at opening these buildings. Now, it still can be argued that when he fails the inspection, because I believe he's going to fail the inspection, will he take the report and do what's necessary to fix the buildings, to get them open, or will he do another march on Wilmington? I would believe he's going to do a march on Wilmington based on his threats in the past. But you said it's people like Mary Ann that's calling me out. I'm calling her out. Where are the receipts? This redacted check does not prove Umar Johnson paid you $68,000. It just says $68,600 paid to Mary Ann. But who did it come from? I'm calling that out. And now I'm about to get into the receipts on what you also said on the Information Man show. You started talking about the black mold situation. And I'm going to continue to poke holes in what you said, because I allowed you to come on my panel and I allowed you to tell everybody about your experience in mold and how you used to work on buildings all around the United States and all that jazz. I've watched you go around panel to panel to panel telling similar stories, and you're speaking as if you know 100% for fact the land that FDMG sits on is sitting on contaminated land. But you're using information that I brought out to everybody. I brought out that report. So you're saying something or using something that I presented. Because see, I've been in this sector, I've been doing this for 6 years. The Information Man show is not reporting on anything that he found. The Information Man show reports on what others have found. He doesn't do his own research, because if he did, he would have found the report that says FDMG is sitting on contaminated land. And then he would have found the report that suggests that it's not sitting on contaminated land. Because I'm going to show you both plans. I'm going to show you the plan where I got it from. And then I'm going to show you the updated plan that the city of Wilmington is now using. And I'm still calling Umar Johnson out that he's scamming with updated receipts. Let's listen to what you said.
Information Man shows just told y'all. Everything he's doing falls under his next excuse.
Facts.
Umar Johnson knew when he bought the buildings, brothers and sisters, they were sitting on contaminated land. What does contaminated soil do? It does what you see the mold doing. It goes from the ground and goes up the building. What's
Mega one?
All right, Mr. Malik. You said that the mold goes up the building. Let me just run it back. It's sitting on contaminated land. The mold goes up the building.
Information Man shows just told y'all. Everything he's doing falls under his next excuse. Goes from the ground and goes up the building.
Okay. What does contaminated land do? If you heard the audio, put an 8 in the chat. Put an 8 in the chat. If you heard the audio, Remy, put an 8 in the chat. I replayed it. Okay, it's still breaking up. All right, so let's do this. It's still breaking up. All right. So let's do this. Let me see. I can close this document out. I can close this document out. And I can close that document out. All right, I've shown the permit, so I can close that out. All right, now let me see. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm resetting everything back up to see if you guys can hear. I'm gonna run it back. All right. Give me 1 second.
If you
All right, so you guys can hear it. Here we go. Can you hear the audio?
Information Man shows just told y'all. everything he's doing falls under his next excuse.
Facts.
Umar Johnson knew when he bought the buildings, brothers and sisters, they were sitting on contaminated land. What does contaminated soil do?
So you guys still can't hear the audio? If you could hear the audio, put an 8 in the chat. If you can hear if you can hear the audio, put an 8 in the chat. People saying you can hear it now. All right. So I'm running it back. Here we go.
Information man Chills just told y'all. Everything he's doing falls under his next excuse.
Facts.
Umar Johnson knew when he bought the buildings, brothers and sisters, they were sitting on contaminated land. What does contaminated soil do? It does what you see the mold doing. It goes from the ground and goes up the building.
All right. It goes from the ground and it goes up the building, is what Malik said. Contaminated land. All right. So I did some research. First of all, I want to point out this is the document. This is the document where Malik is referencing. It is the Northeast Brandywine Riverfront U.S. EPA Brownfields Area-Wide Plan in Wilmington, Delaware. It was a draft, and the draft date was March 26 of 2019. I broke this story. I found this document while just looking online. And if you type in Moyer, if you do a find and you type in Moyer, they have different, the Catalyst brownfield sites. They said that they have different brownfield sites. And one of those sites they listed was the Moyer Academy. In this little gray box right here, it talks about, although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. There's no records. There are no other records regarding environmental conditions. They proposed just tearing these buildings down and giving it to the Boys and Girls Club because of how close these buildings sit to the campus. But they learned the buildings changed hands. Again, although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991. Let's unpack that. Let's unpack that. Because if there's records that show back in 1991, they did underground tank removal, that would suggest or imply that there was some type of cleanup. How do you know that, KKC? Well, because there was a school called the Maurice J. Moyer Academy where kids went to school on the very land people are saying is contaminated, which would suggest those kids were exposed to contaminated land the entire time they went to school on that land. Because the school closed up in 2015. 2015. That would mean that this year, 2026, will mark 11 years that the bigger building hasn't been used at all. Oh, let me do this. since this that I have on the screen again is the outdated plan. This is the Wilmington Northeast Brandywine Riverfront project. They ditched this. Let me blow it up. It says, for discussion purposes only, in the red box. There was an update, though. There was an update. Here's the update right here. Wilmington 2028, a comprehensive plan for our city and communities. You see, I read to you guys the document, the article of Delaware is high when it comes to pollution in the nation. It's like third on the list. And they talk about the different types of pollutions that take place in Delaware. And they was talking about the chemicals. That's one of the portions. And we talked about the chemical. Okay, so if FDMG used to be a chemical location, and in the old plan, they listed it as an EPA catalyst site, but in this new comprehensive plan, they're now saying that the dilapidated properties in that area can be revitalized. What are we talking about? Oh, and that's not all. That's not all, because I told you guys that there's actual audio from the head contractor, or not contractor, the head construction worker. I just broke down to you guys that $50 million was pumped into the community. There's cleanup going on. From my understanding, recently there was like an explosion or whatnot on one of the sites. But that still doesn't take away that there's things happening in that area. Let's hear again from the head construction worker that was working on 14th Street that says where the contamination actually is, and confirms that the FDMG location and the neighborhood, the surrounding area, is not sitting on contamination. So my question is to Brother Malik, since you've been going around on your tour telling everybody that FDMG is sitting on contaminated land using outdated information that I put out there, where are your receipts that confirms FDMG is actually sitting on contaminated land, and that contamination is growing up the building and causing you to see the mold that you are seeing today? Because I would argue, based on the pictures that you are using, the pictures that you're saying, you know, that are I guess black mold, that's not true. But hey, let's listen to this construction worker. Here we go.
All right. Yeah. And so, and you wear the white hat, right?
I don't wear the white hat.
Oh, you only wear the white hat.
But I don't have to wear it.
You only have to wear hat. Okay. You only have to wear hat. Okay.
I don't have to wear it.
Because so I already know he's somebody, because once I came in 2 times, he's right here on deck.
I'm the one you talk to.
I'm the one you talk to. Okay. So he's giving you full detail, right? Full detail about this situation. Okay. So I want you to understand that everything y'all talk about, he said that this is the area. Now, Boys and Girl Club. Now, okay, now that school,
the Umar.
Yeah, the Umar school. Is that a site? Is that known as a?
No, it shouldn't be, because again, that's on regular just public land. Like, that's on a block.
That's on the block.
right on the other side here, that whole city block, Umar's school is right there.
That's what people don't understand. It's a real city block. So, like, if it's a school and it's contaminated, it got to be the homes too, the houses behind.
That whole
block would be contaminated.
This is its own block.
This is
fenced in.
Yeah, this
like nothing else is with
this. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm trying to tell folks. If you're not out here, you won't understand. I'm out here. That's why you get exclusive. And now I'm talking to a person who holds blueprints.
As you see,
I'm
that's
trying
all
to
fenced in up there. You know what I'm saying? Like we're all in here.
Fenced in. Okay,
it's us. Like I don't anything over there. If that's brownfield, that has nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, this is us.
This is us.
You know what I'm saying? As far as anything else, I can tell you. This right here, this is us.
But no matter what, that is a city block right there.
That's a whole like you can. It's like some back of those houses right there. Yeah. It's the same as that.
Yeah,
it goes
that's
all
what
the way
I'm
up.
saying. And behind his school, if his school was contaminated,
you know what I'm saying? Behind his school,
it's people home. So it's like if that. Then so if you want to find anything, you go to. Why is it not flipping over?
Where are the receipts that FDMG is sitting on the contaminated land? We updating the people. Please understand and pull up team. You know, you guys make sure that you back me up when you are out here in these various chat rooms and you start hearing people say I'm an undercover Umar Johnson supporter, and I'm saying no. What I'm saying is we should be able to say Umar Johnson is scamming using updated information. And based on the updated information, it is pointing to Umar Johnson might be trying to open up a church. You can't say a congregation is sitting in a molded building or it will be sitting in a molded building based on facts that you haven't confirmed. I've been doing this for 6 years. That means my credibility is on the line. And I know what the heck I'm talking about. I'm no moldologist. I don't specialize in mold. I do not. But I can tell you, you're wrong. The mold is not growing up the building. First of all, let's take a look for ourselves, shall we? So you know that I'm not just saying it. We're going to look at the wet conditions. Hold on. Let me add this. There we go. This is the first picture. This picture would suggest, okay, you can't tell which way it's running up or down. The reason why I'm saying this is running down is because from the top of the building all the way to the bottom, you see there's no drain connected. So the water runs down the corner of the building because there's no drain for it to flow. So it's just flowing down. It's not growing up from the ground up the building. That's not what's happening. All right. Let's look at the next photo. Hold on. Receipt 2. Here's another photo. This is in wet conditions because as you can see, it's snow on the ground. You can see at the top of the building where it starts flowing down and it gets wider at the bottom. That's because here's the pipe. From the ground all the way up, it's supposed to be connected. It's not connected. So the water is just spewing out like a waterfall. And that is what's being mildewed / black molded. And this is on the building, the bigger building, the building that has not been painted, the building that has not been worked on at all. Meaning, if Umar Johnson was to apply for a certificate of occupancy, they would not inspect this building. They would inspect the building across the street. It's misconception. It is not right when you are telling your audience that if Umar Johnson applies for a certificate of occupancy, the city inspector is going to come across the street and inspect a parcel number that is not on the application. And he's going to fail based on a parcel number that's being inspected, that's not on the application. You should be able to tell the truth that Umar Johnson is not opening FDMG with accurate information. And if he fails, and when he does, not no if, when he does fail the inspection, it will not be because of the bigger building. That's why we have this right here floating around. Because people are willing to accept that type of logic. That the city of Wilmington, Delaware's inspector is slow enough to inspect a parcel number that's not on the application. And it's not right. Because those same people are accepting this check and is saying that Umar Johnson paid this check while we all are looking at the top of this check being redacted, and we can't see who the hell sent this check. It's not right that Umar Johnson is scamming the black community, and it's not right that we are calling Umar Johnson out on scamming the black community, but we're not providing the receipts on how we're doing it. That opens up the avenue for any and everybody to come on out here. And here is proof that they are doing it. Coming out here saying any and everything. My question is, how do I know? How do I know that Mary Ann ain't out here trying to get Umar Johnson's attention? That right there is finna cause some problem. How can you say that, KKC? I can say it easily because I have proof and receipts on everybody who Umar Johnson called out. He even called out Lene Stacks, and she was in court with Umar Johnson. We got proof of that. And we have not only proof of that, we have video and audio proof of Lene Stacks telling the bailiff and the judge good luck with the feds. Well before Mary Ann said anything about the feds being involved. So how do I know that she's not trying to get Umar Johnson's attention? Umar Johnson has threw jabs at our channel several times by way of showing that he's making his own version of the KKC gorilla. All of that. Wanting music created, knowing that we create music over here. Now everybody coming out trying to create music. You know, we feed people out here. We feed the other channels. They get their information from us. And that's not me boasting. That's just facts. No, Umar has never said the name of this channel, but he's thrown jabs. How do I know you're not trying to get him to say your name, Miss Lorianne? How do I know you're not trying to get next to Lennon Honor and you are wanting to produce one of his documentaries? Since you are into filmmaking, how do I know this? I don't. But I do know one thing. And the people that support you and follow you, you know, the people that has been following you can confirm what I'm about to say. I remember when Mary Ann first got monetized and she started her membership. Mary Ann got upset because allegedly Umar Johnson joined her membership. She had no way of proving that indeed was Umar Johnson. She went public and said Umar Johnson joined her membership. She was upset. She was frantic, made a video about it. And I'm like, you know, somebody should tell Miss Lorient that she's going to be trolled coming into this space instead of believing Umar Johnson is following her and really stalking her. But her supporters ran with that. You know what Miss Marianne did? Miss Marianne said she went down to the police precinct and she filed a restraining order. I got a question on that. I got a question. I got a mean question too. And this is my question. If Miss Mary Ann Laurent went down to the police precinct to file a restraining order against an account that she thought was Umar Johnson, why didn't Miss Mary Ann Laurent go ahead and file whatever criminal charges that she claims that she done filed by going to the police precinct? And let me make sure I pull this up on the screen so I can show the people, because I did see a comment. Shout out to Brother Remy. I was in the class, or no, I was in the replay game. I was replay game. I saw Brother Remy's show where somebody said, did KKC contact the local police or did he call the Federal Bureau of Investigations? Well, no, I didn't call the FBI. I wouldn't call the FBI. Why would I call the FBI? She, and when I say she, I'm talking about Miss Mary Ann Laurent, went to the local police precinct. I'm going to call where she went. I'm not going to call the FBI. Why am I not going to call the FBI? Because she never said anything about the FBI. According to Mary Ann, once her local police department contacts the local police department in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, then that police department is going to contact the local police department in Wilmington, Delaware. And after they contact and do the investigation on that, they ain't going to contact the FBI. They going to contact the BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. So why would I call the FBI when when the trail led me to the Wilmington, Delaware local police department? It didn't lead me to Bradley County, which is Cleveland. It didn't lead me to Bradley County, which would be the sheriff department. No, her photo led me to her local police district, her local police precinct. And anybody can go in and take a picture at their local police precinct and then get online and say an investigation has been launched. And anybody can get online and show a check like this and say Umar Johnson paid me. And anybody can get online taking pictures like this and yell and scream as if they are a big bad wolf. And I can get online and say I am the Receipt Show with KKC and I'm a bald-headed black man, and you can choose to believe me or not, whether I show myself or I show pictures. Because you tuned into the Receipt Show with your boy KKC. I don't know.
Catch her on a beat. renovations together. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash.
Now, welcome back to the show. It's your boy KKC, and we are still looking at these photos. FDMG, the bigger building across the street. Here is the back shot, pause, of the bigger building. And as you can see, the sprout on the bottom, that pipe is supposed to connect to the top of the roof. Because there is no connection, the water pours out, and as you can see, the black mold, mildew is spreading, going down the wall. Now, this is an image of what it would look like in more drier conditions, but this is a more recent photo. Let me go ahead and grab that. This is a more drier, picture. This picture is all we need to worry about. As a matter of fact, I got another shot that I can show y'all too. The reason why this is important is because this is the building that Umar Johnson would have inspected. The inspector would inspect this building. The inspector is not going to show up with his clipboard or her clipboard and then go across the street. That's not what's going to happen. The inspector is going to get out of their car and go in this building, the interior and exterior. That's what's going to happen. And this picture of the drain not being fully connected, and even in this photo, you see the same thing. You see the dark, what they say is mold, mildew, dirt. The black mold, that's what they call it, and that's what I've called it, is coming down the wall and spreading. It's not coming up the wall like Malik suggests. But when they inspect, they're going to look at this. And let's look at another photo, because again, it's important that we take a look at the photos that matter. This is a better photo of across the street, but again, drier conditions. Still black, doesn't look as sleek or slick. Looks more dry. You can tell it's been raining. So I would say it's damp. You can also find other videos of this same building when it's hot outside, and the black mold looks more chalky or dusty, which would imply more of a mildew. Still saying it's black mold. Don't get me what I'm saying twisted. That's why it's important that the real pull-up team, when you out there, you defend the headquarters, because we under attack. And it's the information that's under attack. It's the receipts that's under attack. It's not really me, and it's not really you. But check this out. You see in this same picture, it is a downward. It's downward. It's not growing upward. And it's important that we put the receipts in proper order, because we demanding receipts from Umar Johnson, and we are demanding receipts from those that are coming out speaking against Umar Johnson. The pull-up team has never been looked at as a good guy. It's like we're Batman. That's why look at the background right now on the screen. It's like a Gotham City look. Wow, Batman is a vigilante. Some people like him, some people don't. But he stands on the side of justice, and that's what we stand on. It may look ugly that we have to report that, yes, there is a real permit, and that means there could be other permits. We're waiting on the city to give us that information, because you can't just go online anymore and pull that information. You have to request it now. And I will continue to say we are waiting for the updated information about any violations and permits that were pulled on the bigger, or it's not the bigger, the smaller building. We're waiting on that. Until then, we're going to go with the receipts that we have. And if that pisses you off, well then, hey, scratch your ass and get glad. That's all I can tell you. But let's go ahead and keep looking. Let's look at this photo. This is another shot from the top of the building all the way down. You see the drain running through the ground because there's no spout coming down for the water over the years. Whenever they took the CVP, this whatever it's called, the CVP pipe, whatever, the plastic piping, they took it. So water has just been pouring. The elements have been and is mold, is mildew, is contamination. But it's not contamination from the ground. It's not contamination to where you can't be on that land. It's not that at all. And I'm going to show you guys something, because it's going to lead us on into our commentary for today. Let me show you the last photo. Let me show you this last photo. It's important that we look at this right here too. I'm showing you in dry conditions. This is before, it's right before it snowed. As you can see, the leaves are off the trees, and it's this weather, the season is changing. Why is this important? Because, you know, I know a lot of people, shout out to Uncle Mo TV. I have no, disdain for that brother. He's going up to FDMG and he's showing the pictures. These photos didn't come from Uncle Mo TV though. These dry photos, the wet photos did. Let me be clear. The photos that I just showed of the snow, like this first photo right here, this is from Uncle Mo TV. The photos from showing the smaller building is not from Uncle Mo TV. Okay? This photo right here shows the inside hallway or cubby, the little cubby. Uncle Mo TV said it was black mold going around inside of the cubby. I can't say that was yes or no. Maybe that developed because of the snow. I don't know. But I want to be clear. When the inspector comes and Umar Johnson fails, it's going to be because of what you see right here. The exterior. We cannot take what we see from the exterior photos of this building and the building across the street and say the interior has not been treated. I was the one asking the questions. I definitely understand the illusion of progress, but why would somebody go to the extent of putting plastic on the floor and taping the floor up and doing all of that? Why would you go that far? Is some other work being done that we don't know about? Because he only shows when they're doing the painting on the inside. And yes, it can be argued when he shows the paint on the inside and the color of the paint is meant to hide the mold growth. That can be argued all day, every day. But you can't excuse in that argument professionals have been inside that building. Forget your everyday, Pookie and Ray Ray and Grandmama and them painting the walls. Professionals have been inside the building. Professionals got a permit on file with the city. Are you saying that professionals did work in a molded out building? Is that what you want the people to believe? Just like you want the people to believe this check right here? That's what you want the people to believe. You want the people to believe that Umar Johnson paid $68,000 on a redacted check. We can't see it, but we got to believe it. So we got to believe that professionals went down to this building right here. They went down to the city. They pulled a permit, got approved, got signatures and all that. Then went inside a molded out building and put a 12-gallon tank in the gym ceiling. That's what you're saying? That's what happened? Is that what happened? Shout out to Jay the Emperor, because that's what happened. The mold from the building has leached onto the grounds. It's not what Malik said, the contaminated land is what's causing the mold to grow up the building. That's false. Now I got questions on your experience. Because I told you guys, my background is in insurance. My background is in insurance. I sold everything except health and life insurance. And I sold a lot of auto insurance policies. I was licensed in 12 states. I'm now medically retired. And one of the reasons, actually the main reason why the company called me back to come and sell insurance for them again is because of the amount of money I made the company by selling insurance policies. But I love Batman because even in my background, my profession, I acted as Batman. Batman would break the law. That's why the Gotham City police would try to arrest him. He would often break the law. I didn't break the law. What I did is I sat on the line of what would be considered moral and immoral practices. But I never crossed the line over into immoral practices. What did I do? I'll tell you. A person would call and they would be at a dealership and they would want this Dodge Charger. They want the black on black Dodge Charger. They want it. They want the Hellcat. They want it. These vehicles are going to charge you heavy on your insurance because everybody want them and they're really fast. So it's going to cost you to put some insurance on. But oftentimes people couldn't afford the down payment for the car and the insurance at the same time. The dealership wants comprehensive and collision on their car. Before the customer drives the car off that lot, they need to have comprehensive and collision coverage on the car in case something happens and they get the car totals out. The insurance company, the dealership is paid out. A lot of times people will say, please, I really want this car. Please, what can you do? Anything? Can you do something? Yes, I can. What can you do for me? This is what I can do. Disclaimer, this is what would keep me from crossing the line from immoral practices. I would always let them know. I can write you a policy for liability insurance coverage only. I can do that. But understand, if you sign this policy, you are agreeing to putting only liability coverage on that car, knowing that you are supposed to have comprehensive and collision coverage. Should something happen to this car, there's only liability coverage, and you are responsible for that. And understand, if the dealership sees that I only wrote a liability policy on this car, they're going to come for that car. All right? Okay. I'm going to give you till Friday to call back and put comprehensive and collision coverage on this vehicle. I'm only giving you till Friday. I would say this on every recorded call. Every recorded call. And people would say, okay, the dealership would oftentimes find out. They would call the company, the insurance company, and tell on me. The insurance company would pull the call and they would see what, or they would hear what I said, and I was cool every time. Every time. But I let them know, hey, this is what can happen to you if you decide to write this policy. Here's a freebie for you. I'll give you a freebie right here. This is for everybody that still drives, that's listening to me right now. If you ever get a quote for auto insurance for comprehensive and collision coverage, and the quote is low, I'm talking about they talk about like $80 for you to get full coverage. It's no such thing as full coverage, but they quote you like $80 for a comprehensive and collision policy. Make sure you ask them, is that quote before or after you've pulled my motor vehicle report? Because oftentimes insurance companies will quote you comprehensive and collision coverage, aka full coverage, even though that don't exist. They'll quote you real low to get your business, and then they'll run your motor vehicle report, find out you got tickets or whatnot, and then the next premium you pay is like $200 and some odd, and you're like, what happened? So that's a freebie for you. Make sure when you're shopping for insurance that you ask that question. Why did I bring that up? I'm bringing all of this up, my expertise in insurance. I'm putting that up. I'm putting my expertise of insurance up against Malik. I'm putting it up against Malik. Why am I doing that? Because Malik went on record several times saying that the mold has been growing up the building, and that's not true. The mold has been on the building because of the disconnected drains. And it's been running down the building. You see, when you say, and anybody that supports what you say, that the buildings are indeed Stachybotrys chartarium. They're covered with mold on the inside and the out. That means anybody that enters the buildings, whether they are professional or unprofessional, are exposed to mold. Let's just deal with the bigger building across the street, since the Information Man show likes to show the bigger building and talk about the mold on the bigger building. Let's deal with that. Who's been inside the bigger building that could potentially be exposed to this black mold? And now we're finna get into our main commentary for today. Who could have done that? Why, it was the children that Umar Johnson kicked out the school building. Don't you remember that, brothers and sisters? Don't you remember that? If you don't, let's revisit this situation.
This is a school. This is a school, young people. This is a school, young people. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, family? What are we doing? Let me find out. It's the little people. Let me ask you a question. All right? Y'all go ahead and
y'all
enjoy the
remember
rest of
this?
your day. It's okay, kid. You're all right. You're all right, my brother. Don't worry about it. We're about to get the locks changed right now. I'm waiting for my locksmith to show up. We're going to change the locks. Somebody broke in. We're going to change the locks. Sister, I need you to turn that camera off. Nothing's funny. Turn it off. And I need y'all to move on. You can't hang on this block. This is... Excuse me? I need y'all to go, or I'm going to call the police.
Call the police. Y'all remember that? Let's unpack that. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that, and you know, let's talk about it. So that happened. Let's share this right here. We just saw the kids inside the building. So now we got to ask ourselves, how long does symptoms of Stachybotrys chartarium take? We just saw that the kids got kicked out of the abandoned vacant buildings, right? And we see, shout out to our newest pull-up team member. Thank you so much for joining us on a live show. Now that you are here, my brother, we are about to, hold on, y'all. Make sure we finna table this because we coming right back to it. We gotta make sure that we put our good brother into the pull-up team properly. Welcome to the pull-up team. I want to thank you for joining the membership. Our pull-up team member just joined. And so you are now a part of the coolest and seems like the most envied team on this side of YouTube. You get to be a part of the members only conversations. You get to use the custom emojis that we have. And it's the fact that you get the custom badges that let you know it's time for you to put in work. Anytime you hear somebody putting out false receipts, well, you gotta now correct them. Welcome to the pull-up team.
I gotta work, baby. I got a job, baby. I got work to do.
Man, you got work to do, and I got work to do in getting back to this conversation about the fact that if we have a molded out building and the kids went inside the building, that means that these kids were exposed to the symptoms of Stachybotrys chartarum. And let's see how long the symptoms take. Well, exposure often develop within 2 to 3 days of exposure. Those sensitive individuals may experience immediate allergic reactions. Chronic health issues can take 2 weeks or months to develop, especially with long-term, low-level exposure. And we can, we see that here are some links that you can look at to back up what this AI is saying. You got black mold symptoms and your health risk, which comes from an article from Very Well Health, December 7th of 2025. And then you also have black molds, Stachybotrys chartarum, ATI restoration, exposure and inhalation for black mold. All right. So the key takeaways on Stachybotrys symptoms is timing. You got symptoms commonly appear within 2 to 3 days. That's common symptoms. The initial symptoms, you got acute exposure often causes immediate allergic reactions such as sneezing, congestion, eye irritation, and skin rash. Now, I remember when our good friend, shout out to Dr. J. Kelly, he went up there and he was sitting on the steps. He was sitting on the steps and he was like, man, I don't even feel good. I don't feel good. I'm finna leave. And this is after going and walking around the buildings and looking and talking and thinking about all the stuff that was going on. And you know what? You know what Dr. J. Kelly did? Dr. J. Kelly reported that site to the EPA. He took it a step further. Not only was reports going into the city, he reported to the actual Environmental Protection Agency. And you know what has happened? Not a doggone thing. We still saying that Umar Johnson is scamming. What? That's right. That's right. Again, I've been doing this for 6 years. Dr. J. Kelly went up there about, I want to say it's maybe 2 years ago. The live stream is still up on this channel. All the people that was at the block party, that was all over that place. Not counting just the first one, but the second one too. And don't forget that for both block parties, the city, the same city that you're saying and claiming that they're allowing Umar Johnson to get away with the scamming, in which I believe they are aware and they're onto it, and it's very suspicious. That same city approved 2 permits for 2 different block parties at that location, exposing hundreds of people. Because the first block party, it was a lot of people that was up there. Mark Lamont Hill was up there. The fake Michael Jackson was up there the second year. They had so many people. The kids that was dancing and the drum lines. And so all these people have been exposed to black mold because of the city. That's a major lawsuit on their hands. That's a major lawsuit on their hands. And guess what? Maybe if they file the lawsuit and don't take it to court, they decide to do everything under the table. They get lawyers that's willing to talk to the lawyers across the table. Maybe they'll get a payout that they can put cutouts and redact all the information to show that they sued the city and got a payout for being exposed to the Stachybotrys chartarum. That could very well happen. I'm rooting for all of y'all to take that action. Because the receipts are showing that the city is involved in a bigger scandal than you can ever believe. Really think about it. The receipts. But let's get back to this. Let's get back to what this is saying right here. So there should be some skin irritation, some sneezing, some congestion, some eye irritation. You can even have chronic symptoms like prolonged exposure may lead to fatigue, chronic cough, headaches, and in severe cases, chronic inflammatory response syndrome. So let me ask you, what happens? What happens to the kids or to the people that have no choice but to walk past these buildings on a daily basis, whether they have to walk past the buildings to catch the bus to go to work or catch the bus to go to school? That's a prolonged exposure, right? There should be some type of receipt. Since people like to go up to FDMG all the time, I would like for somebody to go up there and interview the people and ask them, how many of y'all have gotten sick based off these buildings? Because I'm not saying that there are no receipts that cover it, but I don't see anybody talking about that. Now, there's factors influencing time. The speed of reaction depends on the concentration of spores, duration of exposure, and individual sensitivity or pre-existing conditions like asthma or immune suppression. Duration of symptoms. Symptoms may last as long as the exposure continues. Stachybotrys chartarum takes longer to grow than other molds, 1 to 2 weeks. It requires consistent, significant moisture to grow, often appearing after water damage. We can even dive deeper. We can dive deeper into this thing. Like you got immediate, you got seconds to minutes, rapid 15 minutes to hours, short term 2 to 3 days, delayed or long term weeks to months. We can all agree the pictures that we see is definitely black mold. Whether we are looking at whether we're looking at the wet conditions or whether we're looking at the dry conditions, such as these dry conditions, it's still black mold, but it's not on contaminated land that's causing this. Let's get into the contaminated land breakdown. So, soil contamination is definitely a real thing, okay? And I want to make sure that you guys, answer the poll that's in the chat. What matters more when claims are made, narrative or verified research? Right now, the narrative is Umar purchased a building that's on contaminated land. And he knew that he was purchasing a building on contaminated land. I want to make sure that you guys are clear. Hold on. All right, I want to make sure we're clear. Here we go. Hold on. Let's see. Let me take this off the screen. Boom. All right. Now, let me play this audio so you guys can hear it.
Information man chills just told y'all. Everything he's doing falls under his next excuse.
Facts.
Umar Johnson and sisters, they were sitting on contaminated land. What does contaminated soil do? It does what you see the most.
All right. Building. All right. It grows up the building. All right. All right. That's what you say. So what matters more when claims are made? Narrative or verified research? Again, as a former insurance producer, I would tell people while you are shopping with insurance providers, make sure you ask the insurance agent that you're talking to if they've ran your motor vehicle report. That'll let you know if I'm telling you the truth or not. And you know what would happen? Those people would call me back and they would tell me, you was telling the truth. I would ask them and they would say, no. I was like, I don't even want your business. Because I was like, you deserve to know up front what's up with your with everything. You should know what you finna get into. And so yeah, just ask them. So the same thing. People should be able to ask you to verify what you're saying. Or we'll go out and find it. So you said that the mold is growing up the building. Well, let's deal with contaminated land or brownfield issues and how it could equal outdoor environmental pollution. Let's deal with that. So putting this back on the screen so people can understand. Malik said the building is growing. The mold is growing up the building because of the contaminated land. All right. Well, a brownfield is a real property where redevelopment or reuse may be complicated by the presence or potential presence of hazardous substances, pollutants, or contaminants. And I want to make sure that you guys see what where I'm getting this information from. United States Environmental Protection Agency, okay? All right. I just want to make sure that we're clear. I'm not just making stuff up. All right. Now, there are typical concerns. You know, you have petroleum products, solvents, and industrial chemicals. This is when you're dealing with a brownfield. Remember, in the very first report that I showed, the city labeled FDMG as a brownfield site. And you can trace that back to Hercules Inc. because they were a chemical company. And the typical or types of concerns that would make FDMG's location a brownfield site is because of maybe petroleum products, solvents, and or industrial chemicals. Heavy metals may be in the soil. You may have groundwater plumes or underground contamination, because these are the kinds of issues EPA discusses under brownfields contamination and cleanup framework. Now, the thing is, even if a neighborhood has a brownfield nearby, it does not automatically mean the building next door, because they have the Boys and Girls Club that's next door. It doesn't mean that building is contaminated. A brownfield site is specific to environmental conditions that requires investigation to confirm extent, and pathways. Now, this is the thing. I don't know if I'm not sure what the Boys and Girls Club would have been during the time of Hercules Inc. I would say, the Boys and Girls Club didn't exist, but I don't know what it would have been. Now, getting back into the fact that the buildings are known to have been a chemical plant, it is records that suggest they cleaned that site, the land up, the underground storage containers. They cleaned that up before Moyer was built, because that school had water that they were using, the kids were drinking. All of that. I'm not saying that the conditions of the buildings now are not a concern, because they are. But what I'm saying is that land is not contaminated. I put that out there. And now I see that it has grown into a monster. That's not true. Under the Wilmington 2028 plan, and what makes it so funny is that Information Man Show did a show on the Wilmington 2028 plan. I even said something to Black Anonymous about it, because Black Anonymous told Information Man Show about the Wilmington 2028 plan. And I said at that show, I was the one that put that information out there. And Information Man said, no matter who put it out there, that's good information. You know why that's important? Because in that plan, it suggests that this place can be revitalized. Not that it has to be torn down due to environmental concerns. It's funny how people don't want to go with the updated information. Maybe it's because it speaks against the people that they want to promote. I don't know. But that's what's going on. But let's continue. Let's deal with number 2, the black mold. Because that's what this is all about. Black mold, it equals indoor moisture or dampness problems. You see, mold growth happens when spores land on wet or damp materials and have ongoing moisture. You got to think long-term leaks, humidity, flooding, or water intrusion. When we take a look at this, you see, since there's no flow for the water to just go, the water over time has not only seeped out the disconnected drains, but it's also seeping out the seams. You can see that. You don't see like vein type growth of mold going up the building. You see a flow downward from the top of the building to the seams, to the sides of the windows, to the light fixtures, all the way down. That's what all this black mildew and mold is. But you know something about this? It suggests that it can be remedied. Why? Because Umar Johnson owns it. And the city is waiting to see what he's going to do with it. He can either A, tear it down, like the city was going to do. They wasn't going to remedy this building and turn it into anything. They was going to turn it into a parking lot, making it bigger area for the Boys and Girls Club, a parking lot and play area. Since Umar owns it, now he can do what he wants to do with it. It's not, it doesn't belong to the city anymore. It's equivalent to if somebody goes down to the city and gets a property off the vacant property list, and the city had plans to do something with it, and then they find out, oh, well, this property is owned by somebody. Let's see what they gonna do with it. That's what just happened. But because Umar wasn't paying the bills or the vacant property fees, he almost lost the properties. Somehow or another, he satisfied that debt, which deadens another myth. Family the money gone. We can still say that Umar Johnson misused funds without saying he spent all the money. Because if that were true, then he wouldn't have been able to pay the city to keep the buildings. And if all the money were gone, then how did he pay Marianne this check that she claims he paid her? If that's true, because we don't know where this check came from. But again, moving on. We're dealing with the black mold. Common causes, you can, that you can check. Roof leaks. You see that in the building. Plumbing failures. I mean, you see that, you see the roof leaks in this photo. Plumbing failures. You also see that in this photo. And flooding. You see that in the photo. All because there's no drainage for the water to flow down. It's roof leaks and plumbing issues. Condensation and humidity problems. This is all outside problems, exterior. HVAC and ventilation issues that keep materials damp. Moisture control is the number one prevention principle. But this is the thing. We know the bigger building doesn't have HVAC. The HVAC machines on this building has been disconnected for quite some time. It's safe to say the inside of this building has major mold issues, more than the building across the street. But what we can't say is Calvert Mechanical has what the system shows as a completed permit. If Calvert Mechanical has a completed permit on file, then that means they went down there and they installed that HVAC machine, which some people say that Umar just had it set on top of the building, in which I was one of those people that said that. But according to updated receipts, and again, we're still waiting on the city to give us any information on permits. If it's showing that in the old city's billing system under permits and inspections that Calvert Mechanical has a completed permit, then those folks installed an HVAC in a molded out building. We only saw the machine being set on the building. We shout out to Israel Bound. We politicked and talked about whether Umar had the HVAC set on a curb or not. There's people that suggest that drone aerial view shows that there's no HVAC machine on top of the building, and that's a lie. Drone footage shows that there is indeed Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find that drone footage. Because there is drone footage that shows on top of the building. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead. All I need to do is just pause it. I just need to pause the video. I don't even gotta show. Let me pause. Hold on, y'all. Want to make sure. I'm sorry if the audio is breaking up right now. Let me add this to the screen. This is an aerial view before Umar Johnson had the livery put on the front doors. The fence has been put up on the courtyard. Let me see if I can expand this.
Pretty good.
That. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. This is perfect. All right. This is a perfect screenshot. This is a perfect receipt. The bigger building, no HVAC. It says the person that took this aerial footage put no good, no good, no good. The one across the street, that's brand new. That's the HVAC that Calvert Mechanical completed and installed. So here we go. If what Malik is saying is true, that the HVAC is installed, that means that they didn't do the necessary work required to blow out the ducts, to get all debris and all that out. You know, all of that. They didn't do the required work to clean the ducts out and all that. So they just installed this HVAC machine and it's blowing around dust, mold, and dirt. What we're saying is we're not giving any credibility to Benjamin Franklin Plumbing, even though they're professionals, and we're not giving any credibility to Calvert Mechanical, even though they're professionals. We're just gonna go with our background and what we did for a living. Even though we did no work in the city and state of Wilmington, Delaware, we're going to take what we think we know and say, yeah, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is a part of the scam, and they're lying. Calvert Mechanical is a part of the scam, and they're lying. FDMG is not coming, and Umar Johnson is lying. I would definitely agree. Umar Johnson is lying. FDMG is coming, but yes, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing did complete some work, and so did Calvert Mechanical. And yes, there is a real HVAC machine on top of the building that Umar Johnson is saying he want to have inspected. And it's okay for us to update the people with updated, accurate information and still call out the BS. That's facts. It is just bottom line facts. We should be able to take the current updated receipts and call out Umar and stop relying on outdated information to say Umar is lying. letting people come out the woodwork. They claim they tried to work with Umar, and Umar shunned them, and they're lying. Like, I've shown my photo with Umar Johnson. Mary Ann showed her video or her movie with Umar Johnson. But then she followed up with this right here, this redacted check saying it's from Umar Johnson. We have record that Mary Ann, according to court documentation, and Miss Maria Fudge, Miss Fudge, saying Mary Ann stalked her. This is in court. This is court documentation. We then have to believe that Mary Ann decided not to go to court with Umar Johnson, but do some under-the-table court proceedings to get a redacted check that she can't show you, but you got to believe that it came from Umar Johnson. It's a lot. 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 Brother Malik, Uncle Malik has said a lot, but the receipts are not showing in his favor based on what he said. Number 3, why they don't automatically connect the different sources plus the different pathways. So soil contamination has pathways, and they often have contact or ingestion of contaminated soil or dust. You have vapor intrusion in some cases, like groundwater migration. These are evaluated through environmental site investigation and cleanup planning. The EPA would determine that. They evaluate that. Now, mold pathways almost always happen with indoor dampness or mold colonies, if you will, that's on wet building materials. So when you see the bigger building and you see this, you can it's safe to call this like a mold colony or mold environment because it's on wet building material. This would be a mold colony. Airborne spores and fragments in moisture or damaged spaces emphasizes excess moisture as the major driver of indoor mold growth. Airborne spores and fragments in moisture damaged spaces. So the translation is, you got the Boys and Girls Club that can sit on the same side. They can sit side by side. You can have one building that's exposed to outdoor leaks and humidity. And because of that, it has the mold problem. And then you have this building here. I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's see the drone. This is the best view that we can get that shows the roof and the condition of the roof. We know that the city has billed Umar Johnson for coming out and doing roof patches, doing things to the roof. We see the HVAC, we see little wet spots on top of the roof. When we come over here to the bigger building, we see these rusted out machines over here, And I don't know if these are holes in the roof or if the roof is if it is exposed. But I would argue, yeah, this bigger building does have roof exposure. And I'm pretty sure when he's ready to start, working on it, if that happens, because my theory would be they are going to take the bigger building. Like I see him giving up the bigger building. I see something happening with that. I'm not sure. But this building right here, there could be roof damage that's causing indoor mold issues. And this right here on the side of the building. Or it could suggest that there are no damages to the roof, and the water is flowing out of the sides like it's supposed to. It's just it has nowhere to go. Or since you see mold coming out the seams, not only is it the drains missing, but there are indeed roof and fracture roof problems and interior problems. The water is seeping down into the roof and flowing down the sides in the light fixtures. But one thing we can say, it's not because the land is contaminated, because saying that, now that we see an aerial shot behind the smaller building, you can see the neighborhood. You can see the houses. Let me just put that on. You see the houses in the back. That would suggest not only is FDMG contaminated, but so are these houses, these residential structures. So when you got people that's out here talking, it seems like moving forward, the receipt should demand the right information for the right claim, man. If someone says the land is contaminated versus the building has black mold, the proof is not the same. For brownfield and soil claims, you ask for. This is what you do. For all of these people that's jumping on these panels and they're saying that the land is contaminated, ask for phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment language. Where's that? Ask for the soil and groundwater sampling results, the site maps, the contaminant lists. Since these people tell you that they send emails, they send letters, they send all of this to the city, and they know without a doubt in their mind that this land is contaminated, you ask them, okay, where is the information that you are using to write the city and complain about these buildings being on contaminated land and being a hazard health condition to the community? That's what you do. What sampling results, site maps, and contaminant lists are you using? Why am I asking or saying this? It is very important that you ask for this. Why? Because any content creator that's backing people sending information to the city, you open yourself up to litigation because you're acting in a capacity that you are not to operate in. You're not a lawyer. Somebody decides to take you up on your offer and they get involved and something happens based off the work. It's no different than when Umar Johnson, the man, called in and was like, hey, Umar, you told my wife to do X, Y, and Z, and she did it, and it cost us all type of financial hardships because you don't know the full ins and outs of our story. So she took what you told her, and it caused us a problem. It's no different than that. If somebody tells you to get involved within the city, writing the city, you better be careful with that. At the beginning of this show, I showed an article about what you can do to get involved based on what Delaware is saying. If you decide to act as your own entity outside of the parameters Delaware told you, and you decide to start writing in and complaining and whatnot, you on your own. And so if should the city ask you to submit to them certain information, such as, did the EPA come out? If they did, where's the sampling results? Where's the site maps and the contaminant list? As for the cleanup plans or agency documentation, EPA Brownfield's roadmap outlines investigation and cleanup steps. All of that was listed in the Brandywine Riverfront Project. The Northeast Brandywine Riverfront Project. Everything that I'm saying, all of that was listed here. But guess what? This was never adopted into what Wilmington has for their city. Delaware has for their city of Wilmington. This was not adopted. The city didn't even adopt this. The city did not adopt this US EPA Brownsfield area-wide plan. They did not adopt it. It was for discussion purposes only. The city went with this. Wilmington 2028, a comprehensive plan for our city and communities. So again, when people, decide that they want to, get involved with, what's going on around here with the Umar Johnson saga. And I highly recommend that questions are asked. And again, when you hear people going off like this,
contribute to this bull crap, go ahead, brother.
If you would let me just address something real quick.
Yes, you can address whatever you like.
I don't like to do this, but it appears that we have definitely hit some nerves. And I'm going to call out the show because I don't give a damn. I don't get paid for life.
For 6 years, I've been here before there was a Malik. I've been here well before you decided to come and talk about your grant writing expertise. I've been here. I've been here since COVID. And just because you just are now finding out about me does not mean that I'm a new kid on the block. I don't give a damn what Information Man Show says. And I don't give a damn how he backs you up. Right now, he's Misinformation Man Show. That's the problem. I don't give a damn about your expertise. What else you had to say?
Mr. Receipt Show. So goddamn, what is a church?
It matters that it's a church because it's not about what Umar Johnson is doing to Black America. It's what he's doing to his cult, or not even his cult. I want to say, what's today? Thursday? I think maybe tomorrow night, Friday night, is a good night for us to get into our members only content. And they will see what this is bigger, what this is really about. You see, you want to stay narrow-minded, and people that listen to Malik and now are now calling me dumb. Y'all want to stay complacent with the old receipts. You want to stay narrow-minded because the thought of Umar Johnson indeed made a small step of progress could mean you look stupid in saying that FDMG is not going to open. I get it. And I'm trying to tell you, FDMG is not going to open if it does in the sense that we know it, that matters. We've been told it's going to be a school. Like Andre Freeman says, that ain't right. That's called a bait and switch. He scammed Black America in believing the school was just that, a school. But we're learning because of over time that this is about a religious organization, a parochial school, a spiritual organization. Maybe we should open the gym up and be an AME church on the weekends. It's seeping out. It's starting to come out. What this really has been about the entire time. So if this does open up as a church or some type of community center where they can worship and identify with their orishas and whatnot, don't be on the outside looking in asking how. Because mind you, I'm still in the Book of Negroes. On the front page, on the cover of the Book of Negroes. I am not welcomed inside the cult. So once everybody sees Umar was not lying, even though he was, and they come trying to enroll their kids, they will find out that they're trying to join a cult. Mary Ann would have you believe it's a community, family. It's not a cult. It's a community. And the community, the 39 other donors also got to pay out. That's what she said. They sued Umar and they got to pay out. So 39 other people got a check that look just like this. The community. So that's why it matters. It's a church. It is not a school. What about the lady that moved from Georgia to Delaware? Why you in the Information Man show ain't talking about that? Raw Ebony, Miss Raw Ebony. Why you ain't talking about that? Raw Ebony moved from Georgia to Delaware with her two sons, or one son. Or she got a child. I'll say that. Maybe two. We got footage of her protecting FDMG, being at Umar Johnson's school events, believing everything he's saying. She's a part of the community, family. The community. Why is it that you don't want to listen to Mary Ann when she says it's a community, that FDMG is going to open? He showed these elaborate charts and maps of how it's going to open and the things that they're going to do. Like she's validating what I'm saying. And I got you on record, on audio saying this craziness.
Mary Ann said that herself.
She did say it herself. So are you just going to be dismissive to the fact that Mary Ann is telling you that FDMG is going to open as a church? You're just going to railroad over that to get mad at me?
You is who we are talking about.
What you gonna talk about me for? I don't get it. Let's go.
So what is a church?
Because the people that keep joining the cult, if you want to really stop Umar Johnson, you stop the people from joining the cult. You think 6 years has worked calling out the scam? That's stopping people? You want to know how he's still getting funded? Where the money coming from? All of Black America know he's scamming, but it's a group of people, and they keep bringing people into that fold. They keep bringing people into the community. You know the Zoom call that you in Information Man continues to ignore the Zoom call that me and the pull-up team hopped on. The call where I asked Umar Johnson why the hell FDMG ain't open yet. That call. We learned on that call about the cult and some more stuff that they're doing. You sit back and you ask why we're not asking Umar Johnson the real question. We did. It's you that chooses to ignore it and then hopped in front of 400 people and lied to them and say that that's not what we're doing. We asked Umar Johnson directly and got kicked out. And learn that they are really teaching how to acquire properties from the land banks in their own city and state. Umar Johnson was taking notes on the call. He ain't even the head honcho in this. That's what y'all fail to realize. All because you don't want to look at it in its religious aspect that it's in. You don't even want to hear it, but you will listen to Umar Johnson saying that he's a priest, that he's a Babylao, that he's ordained even to be on this earth as a priest. You will listen to all that, but ignore it just to say he ain't opening a school. Duh, he's not opening a school. He's making an attempt to open a religious location for the cult. Let's keep on listening to this loudmouth dude.
Don't get.
They sure don't. That's why you have no earthly idea the work Umar Johnson has put in to open the smaller building. You don't know. You don't know. So I asked you on today, what sampling results, site maps, and contaminant lists are you going off of to say the property is sitting on contaminated land and that's what's causing the mold? Because based on the mold that's being caused by exposure to the elements, that can be cleared. And it doesn't take millions of dollars in mold remediation programs to do it. It don't. Uh-oh. And if it does, can you please provide the results to the people that shows the tests have been ran? What samples have the Information Man show sent in to the EPA to have it tested to see if the mold is indeed to the degree the city needs to fence that building off and tear it down because it's indeed a health hazard to the community? You got to be careful when you tell people this because you have no proof in what you're saying, and anybody that's championing this stuff and pushing this stuff, you're acting as if you are in the role of a professional, such as a lawyer. You're passing out documentation that you're saying is legal and that will stand in a court of law if it goes there. Because what happens if Umar Johnson decides to pull a Marianne on you? According to Marianne, he brought I mean, yeah, according to Mary Ann, Umar tried to sue her for $500,000. Somehow, it turned into him paying her $68,000. So what happens if Umar Johnson decides to sue you for slander and defamation? Contacting the city and other government agencies, pushing the narrative that this building that he bought is sitting on contaminated land and is indeed infecting people and causing health hazards and health problems. And because of that, you discourage people from donating. Uh-oh, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Because all receipts will trace back to the live streams where you were sitting on the panel saying that this is contaminated land, and oh, you can send a letter on into the city and you can write your emails. And the whole time I'm telling people, why don't you just call down to the city? Why don't you email the city and see if the permits are legit or not? Let's start there. Before we tell people to write in their reports, because we've been here before. We've been here before. I've lived to see this. I've seen this same play, this exact same play. Black Anonymous has seen this exact same play. Information Man Show has seen this exact same play. They have seen this play where a content creator put information in the description of their videos, left links to FBI website pages, phone numbers to government agencies, and guess what happened? That content creator is listed as a vexed informant. So, are we doing this again? Are we doing this again? I'm playing along with the shenanigans. Are we doing this again? Are we going to champion behind somebody and not get a valid receipt? Are we going to get behind somebody and we're going to contact city officials and different government agencies? We're going to call different online agencies, offline agencies. Since it's being said that I'm upset that Mary Ann is doing something that I was not able to do. No, Mary Ann is doing something that has already been done. No proof of anything she's saying, no receipts, but there is an investigation that she started. Hashtag, where are the receipts? Shout out to everybody that's tuned in to the show right now, the Receipt Show with your boy KKC. All we're doing is having a conversation. Malik canceled KKC. Then the research destroyed the narrative. I can't get behind the narrative of somebody that says they are professionals. I should be able to go and do my research and come back to Malik with a praise report. Just like the people that I sent away in my profession as an insurance producer, call these different insurance companies and ask them this question: did you run my motor vehicle report before you gave me that quote? Or did you give me that quote before you ran my motor vehicle report? I can't trust the business. I got to go where the business is telling me. Not only are they educating me, but they're telling me the truth. So, Mr. Malik, what's going on? What's happening here? So now that I've gotten the receipts out, because I know people will jump on my panel to try to scream at me, I'm letting you know, you ain't screaming at me. You are debating the information. And there's the link for anybody that want to debate the information, not me. I will change what I said based off the information. Meaning, I will no longer say Umar Johnson doesn't have any permits. I can say Umar Johnson didn't pull all the necessary permits. And I believe that because even the city penalized him for not doing so. The city penalized Umar Johnson for doing work and not having all of the right permits to do said work. But guess what the city did? They updated the permits that he did have pulled to have work done. So I can't say Umar Johnson didn't pull permits. That's not true. Umar Johnson pulled permits and FDMG still ain't coming. Thank you for the super chat, the super sticker. Hope Lou, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I see it. Listen, all I'm saying is what's going to happen is, because everybody credibility is on the line. My credibility is on the line, and anybody that's backing Mary Ann's credibility is on the line, and anybody that's backing Malik credibility is on the line, and anybody that's backing Information Man Show, their credibility is on the line. Everybody credibility is on the line. Somebody, unfortunately, is going to be victorious based on the foolishness that these people are allowing into the community. Either Mary Ann is going to reign victorious and prove that, yes, this is really a check from Umar Johnson trying to sue her. And by proving that, she proves also that Umar Johnson didn't trick off all the FDMG money. So you got to pick your poison with that one. Do you want her to prove that this check really came from Umar? Because if you do, there goes family the money gone. Also, you got the claims from everybody's favorite uncle. FDMG is sitting on contaminated land. Where is the truth and the proof of that? Where's the proof? What samples did you send in personally to say that? I was the one to put out that receipt, and I'm telling you, I got it wrong back then, but based on the receipts during that time, the city was having discussions about that area-wide plan, but the city moved in a different direction. So where is your proof that that place is contaminated? Hey, man, the link is dropped for all that want to come up there. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shout out to Turned Up TV in the house, man. Hey, am I the new good guy around here? Hey, man, listen, TC, am I the new good guy? It looks like I'm now going after the Umar Johnson detractor. What? Oh, man, my. How the tables have turned. Isn't that crazy? That's just crazy, man. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming to the show. If you look at the bottom of Mary Ann's check, it says, disclaimer, this is not a real check. It's in small print under the memo on the front, and then it gives a phone number. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, Hope Lou. Don't do that. Let's put it on the screen. Can we get the check on the screen, please? Can we get the check on the screen? I have no way of clearing and see I had to get this right here. Hope Lou. I don't don't do it. Get out. Get out, man. Get out. Oh man. That's the I don't know what live this came from. So this is what I want you to do, Hope Lou. Do me a favor if you don't mind. Send me the link. Send me the link to the video so that I can pull up the timestamp. I'll do it in real time right now. Send that to dkkctv@gmail.com. Do me a favor, go grab the video, email it to me. Because again, I was sent a screenshot of this. I was sent the screenshot. Let me see if the screenshot even gives me the title of the video. No, it don't. Unfortunately, the screenshot has the chat. Yeah, the screenshot has the live chat, so I don't even know the name of the live that this came from. And so you are welcome to send any screenshots. You are welcome to send the actual live stream itself. If you have the screenshot with it, I believe you, Hope Lou. Again, we ask for receipts around here, and so send me the receipts so I can show it. I don't know the name of I know this came from Lennon's platform. Lennon interviewed Mary Ann. I don't know what show he interviewed her on, is what I'm saying. I don't know what show it was. I don't know the date. I don't know anything. And so if anyone knows, if anybody knows, send me the email me the link. The email is on the screen, is thekkctv@gmail.com. I'm finna post it in the chat. It is thekkctv@gmail.com. There you go. That's my email. That's the email. You can send the email, send me the link, and we can go ahead and check it out. Oh man, I got two people coming up onto the panel. Hold on. Shout out to Big Sis. Can you hear me? Hello, Big Sis. Can you hear me? We got Andre Freeman on the panel as well. Big Sis, can you hear me? Andre X Freeman, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What about okay. Big Sis? Can you hear me? I see you on the panel, and you have muted yourself and unmuted yourself. All right, Big Sis Candace is on the panel, but we can't hear what they're saying right now. I just got an update that there's still no information. It says It says 15 business days. We are at 16 regular days now. That new site updated a bit more. You have to go to in that map area and put the parcel number, but it's still not all the way. So I have a email that shows please provide active violations and active permit information for parcel, and it's giving the parcel number, and it's still showing in progress. Shout out to Jessica, because she just sent it. So we're still waiting to hear back from the city. X Freeman, what you think about that, man? Uh-oh.
I'm here. I'm here. No, I'm here. I just muted myself and I had to scramble to get my phone, get back situated. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I think this is going to be a drawn out process. I think it's going to be on multiple levels. Umar, he's going to try to draw this thing out, and I think the city of Wilmington, I don't know whether it's because of who Umar is or because of the kind of backlash and all the attention that this whole building and this whole situation has brought, as far as, you know, people calling him a scammer and him, you know, just all the extra stuff that goes along with him. But so I think this thing is going to be an interesting process. How long it's going to take, I have no idea. With you know, dealing with the city, that's just my honest opinion.
No, that's a good, you know, that's a good thought to have, because I do see it happening or continuing. It's like the question becomes, how is it going to prolong itself? It can't. Hold on, I'm trying to open this side. All right. This is the whole, okay, a picture of the whole check. 68,600. This document has a void. 8:00 p.m. Let's see. I can see the phone number at the bottom, but I can't make out what it's saying. This is not. Oh my God. Got to be more careful, yo. Man.
So it's a phony check. So it's one of them checks we get in the mail, huh? One of them loan checks. This is not a check. You cannot cash this.
Man, I can't stand y'all, man.
This is not an. Hold on. What does it say? How that goes? This is not an actual check and cannot be cashed.
Bro, that's what it say. Man,
hey, bro.
Bro, I'm tired of the bullshit, man. I'm finna quit. Hold on, man. Big sis Candace, can you hear? Or Big sis, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
Are you Big sis Candace or
no? Big sis Gorgeous One.
Okay, what's going on, Big sis Gorgeous?
Okay, well, damn. All right, Big sis Gorgeous.
Oh,
no, I'm just saying, when you got jokers like the beautiful Bernice and Big sis Gorgeous, I mean,
man, we're beautiful people. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
Hey, if
my
you put
favorite
it in your
show
name,
was Different World, and I loved when she did that off a Different World. Big Sister Gorgeous One.
Okay. What you think about what I'm finna show
on
the screen? What you think about this receipt I'm finna show, man?
I can't wait. I honestly called in just to talk crap because I laughed so hard when you called in and was like, "What the hell the school at?" I was drinking my tea, and I swear it just came out through my nose, and I was like, I gotta whenever he sit up there and put that number back, I gotta call in and tell him that. I was like, man, it projected through my nose. I was like, he did not just say that.
Like, that's the thing. We are out here asking the real questions. We are pulling up to the links wherever we can answer the questions. We want to know.
Right, but it was like you just bombarded in there, and then in the background it was like, nope.
Hey, hurry up and get me up out of there, man. They talked me out quick.
And then you was like, it's all our fault. I was like, no, it's not my fault. I don't know what the hell you was thinking. I was like, no, he did not. But yeah, I just came on just to say that. I was like, this man he is passionate, but he is a little off his rocker.
That is wild. I'm glad you was able to, see it yourself. Because a lot of people, they would say that, nah, you didn't infiltrate the Zoom call or you making things up. It's important that you catch everything, man. We around here putting up the real receipts. And this right here explains why. So I heard during this live stream when she showed the chick that she was telling Lennon to hurry up and take the check off the screen. And it says disclaimer. Let me
and see, she is, to me, she
disclaimer.
comes
This
off
is not
bitter.
She is. This is not a real
really
check.
Does.
To receive your real check. Is that what it's saying? To receive your real check, please call. I can't make out that part. But this check is claiming it's not real. This is not a real check. So what's happening here? What's going on?
Bitter, like a bitter ex-girlfriend or something, and spreading like rumors and everything.
See, the thing is, when we look into her background, right? That what's her name? Marsha Fudge, ex Freeman. Or I know it's something Fudge, Representative Fudge. She's a Democrat. She said in the court that
it's Fudge.
Okay, it's Fudge. So in the court information,
right by the meal.
the lady, Mary Ann, my bad, that threw me off. Mary Ann was caught lying. She lied about her claims and was getting emotionally worked up about her lies. So it's like if this check is saying it's not real, what are we supposed to do with that? what I'm supposed to do with that?
That's what I'm saying. Even when you was talking about when she was on the couch with her titty meat, I mean, it was she looked bitter and upset. Like, and then she wasn't going to apologize for the rumors she was spreading. So she just looked bitter.
That's all she is. I'll stand behind what I said. I believe when room 130 went down and that lady was first out there, according to her, it was a lady, then Devontae. She wanted to be out there. And because she found out she didn't get invited to room 130, she pissed off.
So it was supposed to be a throuple or something.
It was supposed to be a whole boom boom room in there.
Oh my God.
That's all I'm saying. Andy, Remy, I need you to get in here in this conversation. What you got for us?
Oh my God. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so actually, I'm kind of new to this whole conversation.
Right.
I've been watching Dr. Umar for like about 2 years, and I really was a fan because I was really like drawn to the vision, the dream. Everybody was sold.
Right.
It wasn't until he came out with that video where he spoke about asking for donation because his bank account was frozen. That's when I kind of like, oh, this nigga really on some bull. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, honestly, I was the only one that wasn't like a fan of his. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, okay, not a problem, sweetheart. No, not a problem. I think that then when I believe the sister Lene came out and what he did with her. Now, what I saw out of Marianne was her becoming an opportunist, capitalizing on the moment. Now, let's just be. I'm in the entertainment realm. On YouTube, you know, I just started a YouTube channel, but I'm really well known in as far as a stand-up comedian in Los Angeles. Now, I started to look at her because I saw that she's into film. So I was like, okay, well, what is her part into all this? Well, remember when she first did the interview with Lennon Honor, she said
Yeah.
that she wanted to get to 1,000 subscribers before she will release Awaken. Now, everybody knows that you can
She
only monetize
did.
when you get to that 1,000. Do you understand?
Right.
So this really was a monetary gain for her. Now, beyond Awaken, beyond just the movie Awaken, like what else, what other value does she really bring? I'm not going to put much shade on her, but to be honest, I watched it move. I watched it. It really was too disjointed for me. It really didn't, it really was all over the place. The quality was subpar. And I mean, not like I said, you know, but we got to start from somewhere. So I really didn't, you know, focus too much on that. But what I really did see was that she had to bring something else to make herself more valuable to this whole conversation. So, of course, now you bringing up stories about how he paid you out in a settlement, no proof. I put in the comment section that whenever someone is offered a settlement offer, I've received settlements. It usually comes attached with some agreements, some terms and agreements that you're
Right.
not supposed to disclose this in lieu of you receiving this. Now, she could have very well, you know, offered that in a redacted form as she did that bogus ass check. Number two was that when she decided to come out with this whole, we got 40 people and, you know, we're going to do this whole huge, you know, settlement. Like she never guided us into that whole, she just gave it to us and then said we came up with one. So I just see a female who's looking for attention. And I watched your show yesterday. You kudos, you was hitting the nail on the head. She's seeking attention. She has enough money, but she uses her money as a platform. When she talks about her stories, and for instance, when she was giving an interview with Lennon again, she was talking about the making of the film. And in the making of the film, she was talking about how she had to go to the BMW dealership because, you know, Umar was being a little too, you know, annoying and he wasn't working well. But she went into this whole story about how she paid cash for her BMW. She's a cash paying customer. And everything is kind of coming around, centered around how much money she can drop at one point in time. So that's really a female that's attention seeking. You know, she's looking for a man to say, okay, like you have all this money. Why you don't have a stationary place to be able to do your videos? Why are you on your phone?
Thank
Not
you.
it. She's showing places around her house to get people to draw men in. She's wearing her blouse a certain kind of way to bring attention to herself. And let's just be honest, she only stands about 4'10", 4'9". I mean, you know, that's fun size for a man. I'm not trying to say that, you know, most
Yeah.
short women can't, but when you're a short woman like that, and I have short homegirls, they have to build themselves up to make themselves seem bigger. And that's pretty much where I was at. So kudos to you for pointing that out.
Thank
I've
you.
always thought she was suspicious. I always seen it. And I'm glad that you have that third eye to be able to see when something is real and when it isn't. And
I
I'm going to go with
appreciate
that.
I appreciate you, Miss Remy.
You're welcome.
And see, that's all I'm getting. X Freeman, Big Sis, this is all we're trying to accomplish. People should be able to discern that it's some BS. I've been in this thing for 6 years, uncovering. And again, we all champion the same people, content creators that champion behind the content creator I'm talking about. This it ended really bad. And for folks to suggest to do it again, it's wild to me. Like, did Umar send Mary Ann? Why is it like this? Is Mary Ann trying to get Umar's attention? Is she wanting to produce a documentary for Lennon? No shade to Lennon, but I'm saying we got to ask questions around him. And what's really going on?
You know, Lennon, I might have to, you know, like, I'm going to just say this. Lennon is in a space of his own. I can pretty much study people a lot because of my craft, and he comes across to be a guy who's just really green. He doesn't have very much street credibility. So with that being said, I don't think that he properly vetted her because he just seen her as a woman who was being taken advantage of, and because he always speak about women being taken advantage of or in this space of being vulnerable for men, which I'm a little bit more. I feel like women have just as much accountability, especially grown women, as men do when it comes to these situations. So I saw it as more of her utilizing his platform to really bring attention to herself.
Right.
And because she's a filmmaker. So, when you're talking about someone trying to get their name out there, she jumped on to Clarissa Shields.
She did.
Like, why are you inserting yourself with Clarissa Shields and trying to, and that, going to, because she's moving around too much and she's creating all of these scenarios. And I just think that that's a person who really trying to capitalize on the moment. Nothing if you're trying to do it, but do it with integrity. Not these fake bogus checks and this attention. And I guarantee you she's not going to respond to that.
Wow. I didn't know she didn't
This
like
is
Clarissa.
crazy. Oh man, she's mad.
Wow, that is crazy. I watched like Lennon a couple times, and I always thought, what he reminds me of? That movie Misery. Just so upset with Umar.
Oh wow, that is manic.
I'm serious.
That's
That's what because it's like you just spend just all your time just obsessing over this man, and now he was saying that he's making a documentary or a
Shout
book
out
of
to Double Exposure.
And I had came across it because I'm like, why is everybody talking about Umar? Because like I said, I never really liked Umar because I watched him in 2016 on the Breakfast Club, and I'm like, nobody's believing this panhandling African mumbo jumbo shit. Like, for real, nobody can be seriously listening to him talking like this. Because I knew a guy in my neighborhood that was like this. So I'm like, nobody listening to this. And I never took him serious. So when I saw Mr. Lennon doing it, I was like, this is some misery type stuff. That's what it reminds me of.
That's a wild way to put it. Wow, that's a crazy movie.
Yeah, that is an interesting way to go about putting it.
Wow.
And he's sitting in a bedroom. And he's in a bedroom, stuck in a bedroom, just sitting there. Every time you look, he's in that damn bedroom. That's where he was stuck in that bedroom. Miserable.
Stuck in the bedroom. Yeah, I don't think he probably vetted. He didn't probably vet her at all. And he got caught up in, to me, she knew what she was doing. I don't think that because for him to not know that check wasn't real, I mean, you do all of the scrutiny around Umar, doing the fine print. Why didn't you go over that check?
maybe it's his because I think Lennon has a big heart for women, for real, and I think that he just wanted to boost her up. I don't know, man. I'm trying. This right here.
I'm not blaming
him.
I'm not blaming him. I'm not blaming him. I know, I get it that, he wanted to come to her defense. And I get it that he wanted to, because of Umar, his history with women. However, I feel like you have to be mindful, just like you mentioned, that there were other content creators that came along that were only trying to create this whole synopsis of something being what it is, and it really wasn't. And that's the same thing. You got someone who's really trying to get their name out there. And I mean, YouTube is a platform where you can do that. But once again, she didn't give y'all anything until she got 1,000 subs first. She wasn't going to give y'all nothing.
And see, that's the thing. When you take a look at what happened back in the day, unfortunately, Lennon Honor and Information Man Show and others, they distanced themselves when the focus switched from Umar Johnson to people in the chat and their profession. That really happened, and some people lost their jobs from the same person who was calling the government entities. Umar Johnson started reporting people that was in the chat and reporting them to their jobs and their content, and the conduct on YouTube. And so I'm not finna get back behind somebody and it evolves back into some BS like that. I can show a receipt right now. That content creator, even though I'm not saying their name, they watch and they made a post about me speaking about the things that they did. They're calling me out. And so it's one of those, when it happened, Information Man Show and all, because we all had that person as a moderator for our channel. And when that person went rogue, they distanced themselves. And that person is considered a vexed informant by the same government that she said that she reported Umar Johnson to.
Wow.
That's
This the same woman. This the woman who shall not be named.
Exactly.
The
You know
woman
what I'm talking about.
Well, as far as this whole Marianne thing, and Lennon, I fell back from Lennon because I got tired of the hamster wheel effect. It was like a lot of the same information, a lot of the same regurgitation, and it was you, the foremost authority. These are not my words; these are his words. I am the foremost authority on Umar. What are you gonna do with it? You got 80, he's up almost like 88,000 followers. She said he never contributed. So try to find some way to galvanize, be able to do something other than just talking to try to eliminate this enigma. And then when he started this saving, and I'm gonna be KKC, I'm gonna be real gingerly when I say this. When he started this saving the women from Umar, the country stripper came out, she did what she did, and she went on about her way. People gave her time, gave her access, and then they let it go. Now they bring her back up, but I don't think she has resurfaced.
No, she hasn't. I reached out to Kim. I reached out to Kim.
So she did what she did.
Misery.
She went on about her business. Then we have other individuals. I sympathize with women, but if you allow yourself to be brought in to Umar under the guise of you gonna save him, you gonna be the one to take him to the other side and make him a honest and legitimate man, and you fail, I can't get with the cry wolf scenario. I can't sit there, and that's around the time when I left Lennon, months and months, like 8-10 months ago. It was like I'm gonna be captain. I'm gonna be captain save a Negro, and when it don't happen, then excuse me, my bad, Captain Save a Joe, because you got Captain Save a 304 and you got Captain Save a Joe. So when you try to do that and you don't pull it off, how can you feel scorned or jilted? So I just couldn't get behind that. And Marianne is the same person. I can't get behind her with that either. And you KKC, you crazy as all crazy can be. I thought it was just me when you started talking about the titty meat. I mean,
she the one trying to trap me. Trying to get
but it just was the titty meat, but even when the titty meat wasn't, exposed, it still was what did you call it? The testicles. Her testicles was always prominent.
It's showing them all over the place, man.
The testicles, were always prominent. It was like before you saw her face, you saw the chest. You know what I'm saying? You saw the cleavage. And it was almost like the cleavage was holding her chin up. So it was almost like no gap between the chin and the cleavage. So I was like, dog, and he was like, oh, she's a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. And I'm like, what
Beautiful
beauty
where?
y'all looking
Oh
at?
my
Like she's
God.
okay, she's okay looking, but what beauty are y'all assessing? Because all I see is the testicles. I
Yeah.
didn't know she had a neck for a while. It took me a while to realize that she
Here,
had
here you go,
neckies.
man. Why you get like this, yo?
Oh my God. Let
You
me
know what I'm
mute
saying?
myself. I can't.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, so yeah, she, when it got to the point how emotional she was about saying, "Oh, I wasn't going to pick that lady up," and I'm okay, but you didn't stop production. You know,
Right.
you didn't stop production. You, you did not hold it against him
Mm-hmm.
that he did this, and you did not hold
Mm-hmm.
it against him that he was
Mm-hmm.
doing this with multiple women. Not saying he slept with
Mm-hmm.
them, but he was making moves on multiple women. He
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
had to be making moves on these women on the set.
And
Right.
see, that's I
So
said that same thing. Hold on. Let's welcome Kit Warner. Did I say that right, brother? Kit Warner?
Yeah, it's key, Tawana.
Kit Warner.
But
Okay, welcome to the
Katwana,
panel, man.
yeah, well, I'll just like to say this. I've known Lennon for a couple of decades.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, we we used to travel the same circles when he was in the town, when he was in Oakland.
Okay.
And one of the things that I can say about Lennon and his family is that he's honest. He he is what you see.
Okay.
The person he displays on the screen, that's him, you know. And I know he got into the conspiracy thing for that for a little while, but one of the things I know about Lennon is when he makes a poor decision or missteps, he's going to correct it. He's the type of individual who's going to actually pay attention to the to to the research. What's happening? He's not
Okay.
gonna he's not gonna carry the false narrative to the end. And I've been following Umar for a minute. I you know I work in mental health fields, and I've started uh, uh, African-centered schools for a while. You know, my daughter went to African-centered schools, and very, very successful in the Bay Area. We have several of them that have been happening for decades. And when he came on and and I've been an activist too. So when he came on about the Pan African shit, one of the things that I realized is that he was just talking, how do I say, um, just level rhetoric and spouting off dictatorship. And, I always thought that he gave Pan Africanism a black eye because, you know, where he takes it, isn't where the founders of Pan Africanism and whatnot wanted to take it. You know, he took he took a he took a left a long time ago. And so I was cool friends with another content creator that lives in Harlem. And what he brought to my attention, he's like, Kitwana, what the fuck is this man doing with trying to start a school? Because this brother himself has started several African-centered schools. He goes, it's not making sense. And he's like, well, and then he showed me the receipts where he actually reached out to Umar and said, brother, how you doing this is bass backwards. Let us I have a group of brothers who this is what we do. You know, why don't you
consult with us. We ain't asking for no dough. Consult with us and let us help you, bring this dream to fruition and realistically. And he just went off on the brother and just blocked him from all access. So me and about 4 other brothers, we actually did a YouTube live in 2012 about all of this. And we put it out there for the people, and then we just hit it and let it go. You know, our thinking at the time was, okay, he's running a sham, he's talking nonsense. Let's alert the people so that they don't get caught up in it. And I just happened to come across Lennon's channel years later, and the fact that he was still trying to do this school and running with this nonsense just blew my mind. So I started following Lennon, I started following you, and a few other content creators. And as I'm listening tonight to the people on the panel, the comedian, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but
Miss Remy, are you still there? Andy
yeah,
Remy?
yeah, this
Oh.
Remy. I think you hit the nail right on the fucking head. Excuse my language.
Speak your speech.
Because as this is coming up, I'm like, this is too diabolical. This has to. If Umar thought this up, I gotta give him kudos because I never gave him, credit for having the synapses to run together to do something like this. Um, I'm just dumbfounded, and the whole thing about I've had to do diagnoses and stuff like that. Of course, yeah, one of the things he Umar behaves as is a narcissist. That's a given. But he also behaves like he has borderline personality. Meaning, and this might be what's going on with the filmmaker too, is where what you do. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation at work or in a family where there's always somebody in the back hiding, throwing rocks, and then everybody responds, and you don't know, why are the fuck is everybody fighting? What is this about? And what it is that person in the back gets off on creating the confusion. And that's what it feels like, this sister is doing, because she's got everybody.
Yeah, she's creating confusion.
Yeah, who shouldn't be at each other, because what we want is we want this man to stop taking the public's money and running this grift. That's all. That's what I have to contribute.
Man, I appreciate you. No, go ahead.
No, thanks for letting me on.
Anytime, man. You are a member now, so you definitely get first dibs anytime you want to come on the panel. I definitely want to, thank you for your insight. Like, I've been rocking with Lennon the whole time, and my commentary today is not a slight towards him. It's just my discovery towards recent events and my experience towards what happened in this space not too long ago. It makes me ask deeper questions like, who are you? Why are you really coming out? I had the opportunity to ask Marianne if things would have went south between her and Umar, would she have even said anything? And according to her, she said yes. But
That's a lie.
I'm still not
Right.
convinced. That's what I was gonna say. I'm
Or
still not convinced.
the results are in, and that, my friend, is a lie.
To be honest, my feelings about Lennon still stands. I still feel the same way. It's misery all over. That's just my opinion.
Can you elaborate on that when you say misery? As far as him in that room, or
Yeah, Misery. Have you never seen that movie?
the movie
she's
Misery.
Obsessed,
Oh,
yes,
yes.
Misery. Where she's obsessed with that man.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's
Yeah.
just obsessed with Umar. That's how I feel. Like
So
that's
so
my
now
opinion.
that we know that the check is bogus, what happened to the behind the scenes footage that you supposed to have that you couldn't reveal? You know?
All that's bogus.
Yeah, where's the footage?
Well, look
That's
at it.
what I'm
All right.
saying.
Check this out. If the $68,000 check is bogus, then that means the money that she paid for the legal fees is bogus. Because if you ain't got the 68,000, unless she used her own money, unless she had 68 grand just to blow, or whatever amount of money, but her lie falls apart when she say, I took my money from the check. Well, the check fake.
Right.
So are you gonna revise that?
It's all nonsense. Let me tell you.
Right.
Because like I rock with Sister Lene. Why in the fuck would you?
Oh Lord.
She not here, X-Ray. Don't be like, go ahead,
No,
brother.
I'm getting him not to stir her up.
Oh, okay.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, why would you come out talking about this shit if you're, debriefing to the fucking feds?
That's what I'm saying, man. That right there alone.
Yeah, I mean, I've been an activist for a minute. I grew up in Oakland. That sent me on a projection for the rest of my life. And one of the things I saw in the movement and experienced the COINTELPRO.
Oh yeah. Oh man, she COINTELPRO.
Wait, I have a question.
It would not surprise me because what they would do is they would send in provocateurs to fight, to cause stir up within the movement.
Oh hell.
That's how.
Now you know what you're doing. Now you just, Katwana, you just gave Umar ammunition on KKC's platform to say he was being followed by COINTELPRO.
I have a question.
No, but the reason I bring it up is that we got to think about this, because one of the things in the organizations which I was a part of, one of the things we would say is that, of course, it's a given. The police are going to be there. That's their fucking job. They're gonna bug your phone. They're gonna follow you. They're gonna try to create confusion and all that shit. Your job as the revolutionary is to work so hard and put the truth out there, so you make the fucking police work for the revolution.
And try your best to keep your nose as clean as possible, because if you mess up and make a misstep, they will use it to go against your credibility.
Yes, your credibility has to be impeccable. Because
I always hated that saying, keep your nose clean. That was just
No,
I've
because
always
You gotta keep it. You don't want it all crusty and running down in your
I'm
mouth.
just
This is when you
saying
talk to
that's
somebody
just
who knows all crusty.
I know. I'm just
That-
saying. I've always hate. There's a lot of sayings I've always hated. That's just
Well,
one of
keep your
them.
nose clean, keep your butt white. You know
I
what I'm
know.
saying? You know,
you
we
really
can't. I can come up with a million of them now.
No,
It's
I have
about
a question
about
though. All
yeah.
this stuff with Marianne is fake. Was her movie fake?
She was Umar's
It was a
lawyer.
fake piece. It was fake. It was
Think
fake as
about
far
that
as what was
voices
in it. It was a
now.
bunch of junk.
Yeah.
She was Umar's lawyer.
I
In the
thought you was
movie.
about to say she was his leading lady. Oh my God.
No, she probably wanted to be.
in room 1.
Well, that's kind of hard to do when you're actually directing the film. But you know, it's dumbfounding the way it's all gone down. And I just put that out there because we're in serious times right now.
Right.
You got these new Black Panther things popping up all over the place, and it feels like the same craziness is repeating all over because we don't have collective memory as a people.
Did y'all see the movie?
Man,
I watched it.
Yeah.
I watched it yesterday. I watched it yesterday for the first time. I finally yesterday.
See, I watched it, but I didn't watch it for entertainment purposes. I watched it for research.
No, that's
so I can
exactly
be
what
able
I
to draw
did.
from it.
No, I watched it for
That's
the
what got
same.
me.
I was
That's what got me through it.
because I was already kind of suspicious about her. So I was like, let me watch this.
No,
but to answer your question as to whether it was any truth to it, it was some actual things. So he is a Pan-Africanist, supposedly. There was that. I'm saying. I said supposedly. Supposedly, he says enough things about wanting to do unity. So he's somewhat a quasi. Well, he do say a lot of things.
He tiptoeing in it.
As far as the one point in that movie that I think was probably the truest was when the old girl was on the phone and she said, "I'll see your Pan-African ass in court." Yeah.
The baby
old
mama.
girl. One of them baby mamas said that to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, the rest of that stuff. Now, hold on. My bad. The picture with KKC, that was true.
Because that dude, that gay. I ain't gay, bro. That ain't me.
I ain't say you gay. I said picture. I didn't say you were gay. I just said the picture.
If y'all don't know,
in the movie,
man, I gotta show
it was tacky the way how they were having the women throw themselves at him. Like that's just not like
that's what I'm saying.
That was really tacky.
It's not tacky because
old girl walking up to him, kissing him putting old girl on the dresser, all of that stuff.
Happens.
Nah.
That's why they are the way they are.
Well,
that's why she was upset.
I tell you, that's one of the way he moves. Because I have friends that are in the expat community in Ghana.
That's why he said he wanted a poly marriage.
Yeah, when he went to Ghana,
he wants a poly marriage because he wants two women to take care of him. It's a difference.
Yeah, to get his citizenship, all he was doing is filling on the women and trying to hit at them and trying to hook up with them.
Yeah.
Oh man!
But see,
back
then, when he was up and he was like the new thing. He had the women falling for it, like in the beginning. So in the beginning, I could believe the women were throwing themselves at him because he was the new. He was like the what's that man name? He was Derek Jackson before Derek Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
See, that's not my type of guy anyway. I don't like that.
I know.
I'm not into
but
the
that's what
smooth
he
talking,
was.
trying to save a woman type of
but
guy.
in 2015,
I don't like that narrative.
2015,
but
that's what they had. And then you
but
got them
this is
saying
before
Black
2015.
Queen
He started
forever.
that shit.
What does he say? Black Queens never. Oh, shucks.
Snow bunnies never.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they never heard that. And he's like, oh, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Speaking this
Mhm.
into existence and everything. That's what they
Mhm.
had in 2015. So, yeah, they were. And that's why I
Mhm.
was like, man, I know freaking, fake Samaj type person.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
In my neighborhood, look at this fool. I don't believe
Yes.
him. And I saw that and I'm like, look at him. Then he had all the donations and on top of the world with all the money and everything. So yeah,
No, when
Mhm.
somebody goes that hard about anything,
it was
about
new.
the white people goes that hard about like homosexuality or whatever,
Mhm.
it never fucking fails. In my observation, that's their hidden proclivity. That's their latent desire. It wouldn't surprise
Well, I
me at all.
mean, to
And
your
don't
point,
forget, we
to
were
your point,
coming off
Katana.
of the Obama era. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So he felt like we needed a new black voice. So
No, he came on and he popped on the scene when Obama in Obama's first
Yeah, he was in his
term.
second term, the end of his first term.
yeah, the
Yeah,
end of his second one.
no, into the first term of
No,
his
Obama came out in
presidency.
2016.
No, Obama.
Umar stepped
No,
on the scene in
Obama was in
2010.
'08
Yeah,
because
Obama came in '08.
I remember them stimulus checks right
Obama
after
won in
crack.
08 and 012. He came out in
Yeah,
Yeah,
16 because Trump stepped in 16.
that's
no, he came out. He first came out
in
in
'08
what
because that was the
when me and
housing
my
crisis. I remember that.
I'm saying, but
associates.
Obama was in office from 08 to 12 and then from 12 to 16.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
when he
and,
came in
and,
Then
16.
Trump stepped in 16 to 20.
well, let me tell you,
So when Umar came out in 08, Obama was in office.
yeah, that's when it happened
Mhm.
because me and my associates approached him in 012.
012.
Yes, the
I know that.
beginning of
2012. You know what he's talking about.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah, 2012.
Right.
2012 when
That's like
Obama.
412. Come on now. You know that's 5
Yeah,
feet. Stop it.
yeah. Sorry about that.
No, man.
But
I'm going back in the chat, you guys. I'm going back in the
Okay.
chat. All right, thank you.
All right, BC. No
All
problem.
right.
Look,
Uh-huh.
so
No,
I got
I'm
on the
still
screen.
here. Come on, big
Okay,
sis.
cool. Oh, my bad. I thought, okay, so Remy going in the chat. All right, Remy,
Yeah.
my bad. All right.
thanks,
I
Remy.
got
I'm still here to cause confusion.
all right, cool. Yeah, stay in the chat. Make sure y'all like the video,
No,
people.
thanks, Remy, because you connected the dots as far as I was concerned. Because I'm like, what would motivate this woman to do this?
Well,
You
see,
know,
check
and-
this out. I got on the screen. I met Umar in 2014, and that's the picture of us right there.
Oh, that's you?
That's me. Back in 2014, Umar. Now, let's take a look at the movie real quick.
Oh, Lord.
That's what he. That's what he had met.
I didn't realize that.
It's petty as hell, man. And so when I met Umar, I had just got off work, doing insurance, selling insurance. But anyway, he came to Nashville, and everybody had on dashikis or whatnot. I was the only one that had on a suit, and so he made sure that he had Mary Ann put that in the movie, and so. That's another. It's little shots, little jabs that he's taken over the
So
years.
what was he trying? What was that scene supposed to depict?
That I'm gay and I'm not. No hate towards this brother, But this is he got the Cisco hair, man. I don't got no hair, but he got the Cisco hair going on,
Yeah,
I'm not
I didn't know that was supposed to be you.
Oh,
I did not
I
know
thought
that.
he was just
Okay.
bald. Okay.
Nah,
didn't know it was
he got
colored.
he got the colored fade. I ain't never seen nothing like that.
Okay,
You know, but that's
Meteor Man.
no man.
Okay, I
Oh,
didn't even see it.
Wow.
they did have the little light skin phase,
Yeah.
man, with the chains on. Wow, man. But yeah,
Okay.
that's that, man. And so nobody would say, only those that's been really following me for a while know I made a cameo, if you will, in the movie. So
Mm.
there's that. Let me take this
The
down,
plot,
man. That's
the
petty.
plot, the plot thickens.
It does.
So did they put your name in the credits saying that dude such a John Brown as KKC? Was that in the credits?
No.
I
Mary
got
Oh, okay.
Ann,
I just wanted to know.
Mary Ann owe me royalties, man. I need
Hey,
my
in order for you to
money.
get royalties, you got to embrace it. See, you kind of resist it, my brother. You
Right.
got to embrace it. You can't
It
waffle just
ain't,
for the
man.
dollar now.
No, it ain't in me, man. I can't support foolishness, man. I'm sorry. I
Mm,
can't, and it's complete foolishness.
mm.
Shout out to Creole being in the chat.
No, I couldn't understand what, as anybody who's been in the movement for a minute, why would they jump on the fucking Umar train?
Well, it's
You know,
deeper than just because I so the conscious community is just one branch in this whole thing.
yes,
It's
yes,
just one branch. When we was on the Zoom call, even though it was crazy, I witnessed another branch of the cult, but Mary Ann calls it the community, if you will.
okay, okay,
And tomorrow night you will be able to see what I believe is the overall community of this thing.
okay,
And so just table that thought. But the
yeah,
conscious community portion of what Umar Johnson got going on, that's just one branch. You also got the AME Church, the African Methodist Episcopal, because
hmm,
we watched the other day when he went up there in 2023 and preached
hmm,
during Black History Month. So
mm,
that's another branch of it. But yeah, when you start talking like this, it moves away from the average Black community.
okay,
That is the people that started off donating, but the people that's keeping this thing alive, it consists of Africa, because he went over to Ghana, and
yeah,
some a group that's here. And
yes.
we're going to get into it tomorrow night.
Well, I look forward to that
Oh
because,
yeah, that's gonna
yeah,
be crazy.
and let me just apologize to the people. It was never my intention to create fucking confusion in this shit. You know, my thing is I just wanted to stop.
Hmm.
You know, I get sick of, it's the same thing that happens with preachers. You know, they
Absolutely,
come,
yeah,
they
yeah,
come in, it's like pimping. It's like, come in, sell a dream, and take people's money. You know,
Yeah, no
it needs to
confusion
stop.
here.
But
yeah. That was wild. That whole live stream about the AME and the E file was crazy.
that's crazy because if you really, I'm a practitioner.
Okay.
One of the things that you, if you're really a scholar and you've been following this stuff, one of the things that you know is that during the turn of the century, the AME Church was one of the organizations that would hardest against traditional African religion.
Right.
because
Right.
they were about they fought the dream of the illusion of the inclusion. What they wanted us to do is forget about all that voodoo stuff
Mm-hmm.
and just like just just act accordingly.
Shout out to Anita McCrae for hitting the panel. What's going on?
Hey,
I just wanted to say
But
hi.
yeah, no, you what you've done is you're like washing the room.
Anita,
You know,
we hold on,
I'll
brother.
leave.
I'm sorry.
Let it do.
Hold on real quick, brother Kutwana. We got Sister Anita on here, but I can barely hear Anita. Anita, I think they got you.
She fell into the matrix.
That's better. Can y'all hear Anita? Put an 8 in the chat if you can hear Anita. Go ahead, Anita. We're gonna see what you got.
Okay, so I just wanted to say I'm sick of having near accidents listening to you in my car.
It ain't my fault, man. Y'all gotta drive safe out there. You got insurance, right?
Yes.
What I want to know is what's going to happen when they find out about this check.
Man, I don't even know. I done got cussed out for dropping receipts, so I don't know. I don't know.
But yeah, you're talking about Debunking and the pollution. That's it's cancer patients, you know, they're cancer in certain areas, and that's a big deal in the area. It's one of the highest rates. I think.
I can't make out what you said, Sister Anita.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You going in and out.
Okay, well, I'm just going to drop off, but I just want to know what do you think is going to happen when the word gets out that check is like something you get from home equity?
Okay, let's talk about it, y'all. What do you think
Umar
is going to
lose his mind.
What's gonna happen when the word get out? The check is fake, brothers and sisters.
He is gonna lose his mind. He gonna go. I mean, he got a bunch of information to pull from KKC page.
Oh.
I mean, this chat right here. He gonna, and that's gonna validate everything. But he gonna say, see, reason why I was being quiet, family, because I knew it was fake, but I wasn't gonna just. My silence spoke louder. It was deafening, and and he gonna be on one. Woo-wee. He is gonna be on one.
Brother Kitwana, we got you back on the panel. I see it's 2 accounts though. What's going on? We got 2 Brother Kitwanas.
Oh wow. They multiplying. Oh no.
It ain't.
Yo, wow.
We got Katwana in the house.
Oh man, I don't know what's going on. I hope StreamYard ain't tripping like it was. I got the account that you just entered the chat or entered the panel on. Let me can you hear me? Oh,
I can hear.
I can hear you.
Okay, all right. I guess it's just audio with Brother Katwana. Let me take one of these accounts out. I'm gonna kick this account out. All right, Brother Katwana, can you hear me? All right, this is what we're gonna do, y'all. Let me go refresh my libations real quick. Don't y'all go nowhere, because we on here having a great conversation. You are tuned into the Receipt Show with your boy and the guest on the show. What do I supposed to say? I don't know.
Catch her on a beat.
If you made me, go make another me. If you made me, then why can't you go make another me? Go make another me. If you made me, go make another me. If you made me, then why can't you go make another me? If you made me, go make another me. If you made me, then why can't you go make another me? Go make another me. If you made me, go make another me. If you made me, then why can't you go make another me? Go make another me. If you made me, go make another me. If you made me, then why can't you go make another me?
Really mad at him.
All right, now we back.
For 250.
Big sis, what are you talking about? Welcome back to the show, everybody. We are just sitting here chopping it up.
Oh, I thought I was muted.
Hey,
God
I
damn.
got a question for you.
Shit.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question for you. So you said this is KKC and guess. So are we supposed to be like David Ruffin and whatever the name of them other people are supposed to be?
David
Okay,
Ruffin
all
and
right.
the Temptations. That's what we
Ain't
got.
nobody come to see
Hey,
you.
well, I know
Odie.
one thing. Hey, I ain't old.
Y'all pity, man.
No, I'm not oldest, baby.
All right, fine then.
Nah, but the funny part about it is I was watching Law and Order and Otis was a drug dealer the other day. I said, no, not Otis. Anybody but Otis. Anybody but
It's good
Otis.
to know he's still around, man. So what's
Otis getting paid.
Check this out, man. So I was thinking, Anita raised a good question. What's gonna happen when they find out the check is fake? Is she gonna come back around and say that she received the real check, or is she just gonna leave it as it stands? And mind you, I called the precinct. I know they can't tell you about any active investigations, but when I called, they looked up her name and Umar Johnson's name and Jermaine Shoemake. Nothing was in the system. So what's going on here? Oh,
I don't know.
At the end of the day, all I can say is everybody needs to start using their discernment. Hold up, I just went back on this live. The check was fake. Oh my God. Let me go. See what happens.
That's the kind
now
that shut down your bank account.
Man, see, let me go ahead and put the check back on the screen for those that are just now coming in. You tell me, because anytime I say, this is the receipt, this is it, this is that, folks get mad at me. So you tell me, is the check real or fake? When I read, it says disclaimer. This is not a real check. All right, so for those that need to see, let me.
Why would they put a disclaimer on a check? I've never seen a disclaimer on a check.
We in 2026. Anything can happen.
But I just cashed a check. I've never seen a disclaimer on no check.
There it is right there. You see, you got to read the fine print, Creole. It says in the fine print disclaimer.
You always got to read the fine print.
Yeah, but I've never seen a disclaimer on a check.
No, it's only on a loan check. One of them loan checks you get from a loan place or a car dealership that's trying to get you to come in. They'll tell you this is not a real check. So if you go to the bank, they don't cash it. I mean, I know you probably know this, so I ain't, that's what it is. And she pointed it off.
Oh my goodness.
This is equivalent to the money, the fake money. Like this is motion picture money.
Monopoly money.
Yeah. All of that.
Yeah.
This is
she got paid in fool's gold.
She's an actress, man.
Do you know what? JT, the pocket watcher, needs to put her on one of them scammers. One of them situations where they go in the bank and be like, hey, this is a real check. This check was made to me. He need to go ahead and do one on Marianne.
Oh my God.
That's exactly what he need to do.
This is Tavares. This is bad. That's why she.
And why is she covering up paid to the order of? Like, if it's your check, why cover up your name? If it's really your check and he paid it to you.
Well, I know I do duplicate checks. It's
who's that? Oh, you came back?
Yeah,
he back.
Oh, okay.
Because I haven't written a check in so damn long. But when I write a check, it's an NCR duplicate of every check. And on the NCR duplicate is that statement that it's not the actual check.
Okay.
So, which doesn't make sense. Why not just show the check and blot out all the information that you don't want to run?
Right. If it's your check.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Black out your address and show his name, black out the check number. We good.
That's probably for her neighbor or something.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Oh, girl, that's yours. Let me see that. Let me put that up there and say.
So you trying to say her credit ain't good enough for her to get one of them?
No, it's not.
Okay. I wanted answers to the question, so I asked.
I'm serious. If I want to flex on somebody, I'm so serious. I would do it with my own stuff. And I wouldn't cover nothing up. If it's under my name, I'm gonna flex on it. I know
it's blurry, Creole. It is blurry. But
I'm saying if you got all this stuff and you saying he paid you, just like you asking him where the school at, where the check at, Marianne, where the check at.
Hey, hashtag where are the receipts? We got this going on, man. We sick of it. I'm sick of
it. To check at. We're gonna start where to check at t-shirts. That's what we're gonna start doing.
Oh man.
That's what I'm saying.
That would be
oh my God.
Where the check at?
Dude. And see, she brought this upon herself. But my thing is, this is why you don't want to just get behind any old body because you want to see Umar Johnson go down so bad. Like, he deserves to answer for his crimes, the scams, all of that. But I'm not just finna say any old thing. Just like I can't jump out the window like that. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm saying even if she wanted to just block out her address, she could put it to where it's paid to the order of and just show her name. You know what I'm saying? and keep her address, blocked out.
If anything, I'd be concerned about the routing number.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, block that shit out.
Block that out and just say pay
Yeah.
to the order of Marianne, full of
But
crap.
see, all that all that y'all saying is good. But the check was written to her. If the check was written to her, I wouldn't care whether they had Capital
But
One,
see,
Bank
that's
of
the
America
thing.
route number. It wouldn't matter with me. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
the thing.
But the thing is,
I
what
have
y'all
the
missing is she forgot to blot out the information that says this is not a check and can't be cashable.
She forgot that this is not hers. That's
Oh
why.
my god. No, I have the screenshot. Hold on, let me put this on the screen because it's only fair. I have the screenshot of her name on this check where she slid the white part down. Here you go, right here. Check this out.
Oh, she did. So it's hers.
She slid it down. Here it is. Let me take the banner down. Same check. I turned it. I turned it sideways, and you can see Mary Ann Laurent, but she still hid everything else. All you see is pay.
Good job. All right. So it is hers. All right. Now you flexing. Go ahead, girl.
But
With
you
your-
still don't
with
know.
your rubber check.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Honestly, that looks like one of my child support checks.
Oh my god.
That's the same kind of check I used to get when my kid's mama had to pay me a child support check. The perforated sides, I had to rip them off and take the check on there.
Did they have a disclaimer on it?
No. I cashed every one of them.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't no
I cashed every one of them.
This is not real.
But I only got two kinds of perforated. No, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Four kinds of perforated
it
checks.
says pays up to
The
just
loan one and the doggone paid up to what?
It says pay up to $68,600.
See, pay up to. This ain't cool. Not pay to. It says pay up to. You got it. Where you going? You going to play basketball with this rubber check?
Mary Ann. I'm saying your name country. Mary.
Basketball with this rubber check.
Where are the receipts, Mary? Because this ain't right.
Check.
This ain't right at all.
Pay up to. Thank you, Jesse. We see that now. Pay up to.
Thank you, Jesse.
Well, there we go. Shout out to who was that sent the receipts? Hope Lou. Thank you so much. Because again, I didn't know about the check until last night. And then during the show, I didn't find out that it was fake until I got a super chat. So I don't know.
Pay up to.
I don't know what to say about this, man.
Yes,
we got Malik Abdul Muhammad. You want to answer for this? Since you said that, we supposed to get behind Mary Ann, and so what is a church? What about if it's a fake check? So what if it's a church? Fine. What if it's a fake check?
I knew it was gonna be a church.
What we gonna do, man?
Hey, but didn't KKC, didn't the My Pillow man say forget the evidence? I don't care about that. When they was going after Donald Trump, he was like, forget the evidence. We ain't worrying about the evidence. We gonna stick with the lie. We gonna stick with, and we gonna try to keep drilling in y'all head until it's the truth. So that's how Malik is. Forget the evidence. Or by any means necessary, take Umar down. Lies, cheat, steal, whatever. Don't use what he actually doing against him. Let's create some stuff so he can play pick and roll.
That is craziness. Well, I thought,
but if Malik got 2 channels, he ain't went on one of his channels yet to respond to anything that's been said by you or me or anybody else.
No, I don't think so. Everything.
He didn't hit the link.
No, he didn't hit the link. He won't. That's the thing. I've invited Malik to the show ever since he was on Information Man show, and he called me out for saying that what if this place opens up as a church or a rec center or whatnot.
It's gonna be an event.
It pissed him off to the highest degree. I was in Information Man show chat. He took the chat down so you guys can't see it. I was in the chat because Information Man show, he said that people that are speaking out against Umar Johnson, but they're actual Umar Johnson supporters, he can't stand them. He don't like them. He was talking about me, and I was like, well, I call Umar Johnson out, but just because I update my audience, that don't mean I support Umar Johnson.
There's one link he gonna hit the PayPal.
Yeah, so yeah, here we are. We got a new member. Shout out to you back, Bibbity. I appreciate you. Shout out to Bibbity for joining the pull-up team. I already know how it go. When you join the pull-up team, you have access to the members only chat. See, that's gonna be the thing, y'all. When everything like starts really popping off, as far as it's a village. I say that it's a village that is the entire cult, and they're here in America. Umar is bringing the educational aspect to this village, and they are the ones that's allegedly funding this entire FDMG saga. And we're going to talk about it tomorrow night, Sasha. And don't forget, when you go to these other channels and panels, let them know you're a part of the pull-up team. All right, I'm done with all the theatrics, y'all. I gotta do something special for my people, you know. All right, so we getting ready to get down from here. I'm hungry, but at the same time, I want y'all to give your last thoughts on where you think this saga is headed based on the receipts that were dropped today, centered around this fake check. This is damn near breaking news.
We're playing basketball.
Are we being petty, Kiara? Are we being petty?
I'm here for the
petty.
That's what I was here for.
Are we being petty?
I was petty the whole time, so
I'm just dropping the receipt. Are the receipts petty? That's the question. These are petty receipts.
No, the receipts are not petty, but there's some damn show good proof, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not petty.
I'm going to play basketball with this rubber check.
They're
playing basketball.
What about the people who were really caught up and got taken advantage of? Now this discredits them.
Oh my gosh. Why I gotta be on my channel where it all falls? It kind of fall apart over here. Absolutely, because we are who we are. Shit. No other place. So the question is, are you taking the over or the under? Is FDMG gonna open or not?
I'm taking the over.
I'm taking the under. It's gonna open as a church. That's what's pissing the people off.
Hold on, what's the over and the under? You gotta spell it, because I was gonna say the over, but then you say you taking the under. So huh?
The over is everybody believe that FDMG won't open. So the underdog.
Oh, the over is won't. Okay, the over is won't. Okay.
The under is it will.
The over is it won't. You know why? The white man don't want him to do it. I filed for the permits, and they won't let him do it.
I say it like this.
They won't let him do it.
it won't open legally. Like he won't pass
I'm with
the
it. I
certificate
can
of
dig it.
occupancy. He's gonna come out and say, you know, the white man, the bureaucracy, the
Thank
autocracy,
you.
the
Thank
stocracy,
you.
the whatever. And
Hypocrisy.
he's going so he gonna want to march on Wilmington
A
and
lot of
City Hall and
cheese.
County Hall and Town Hall and
That's gonna be
all of that.
crazy, man.
And then he gonna say, well, I don't deal with white man paperwork. This my place, I own it, and I'm gonna do what I want to do. And then he gonna open up the FDMG flea market swap meet convention hall
Man.
and African ministry for the advancement of young black militant males. That's what he gonna open up.
It's a
That
lot of
is crazy.
That's
icracies
what he
that's
gonna do.
going to stop him from doing it. Like he said, a lot of icracies, hypocrisies, a lot of icracies that he's not going to do it.
I'm
It's
with
not
it.
going to open. And
Kid
he
Swanner-
said a flea market. Oh my goodness.
That's why. Well, they did at the
the first block party. It was
At the block
it was a
party?
swap meet.
That
That's where
was
Zara
crazy.
was inside the gym selling her goods.
Well, let's look
So-
at it this way. His main
It's going to be a
objective-
big event center
His main
that
objective
doubles
is
as
to make money.
a church.
His main objective is to get paid. This is all the grip. He's got to open
True.
something that he can continue to suck money from the people.
Man,
He
what
don't-
if
he don't
Kitwana?
have the means for it. He ain't hired
this
No.
out.
teachers.
Tavares said he's going to have a FDMG yard sale.
They did that too. They were selling conscious toilet paper. Umar,
toilet paper?
I'm not lying. Umar,
Oh my God.
we might have to revisit the block party because I think people forgot they had everything going on out there. Y'all remember the bottled waters that had Umar Johnson face on them? The
I don't.
incense,
Yep.
Yes.
the bucket hats. Man, it was.
I mean, well, you gotta think. You gotta sell them limited. Hey, you got limited edition moldy FDMG shirts that he got to sell. He can't keep them shirts. He got to sell them shirts.
They
He got
was
moldy
wearing
limited
them.
edition FDMG socks. You know,
I'm not
he got
offended.
to sell all that stuff.
The
So
granny
I only
arches was
follow
wearing them.
KKC for the comedy. I only follow KKC for the comedy because you're funny and you actually put BTA to Umar. I don't know anything. I'm stuck.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay.
I gotta catch up. Oh my
We
God,
got
I know
you.
none of this.
Well, the block parties, both 1 and 2, are here on the channel already. It's not members only.
I'm gonna check this out.
All you got to do is scroll all the way towards the bottom. Shout
God
out to
dang.
the beautiful Bernice because she hosted Block Party Part 2. I was at a Battle of the Bands. I popped in and said hey to the people, but we got a whole network going on over here, man. So you got to check it out and get it in the know because it's so much more that you don't even know when it comes to this saga, man. So much more.
Are you gonna be like a misery too?
Heck no.
Okay.
All I'm doing is putting out all my old content. Anytime you see a video upload from me, it's an old live stream that I chopped up and put out. A lot of the stuff that is happening now when I go live is just talking about the new stuff that Umar is doing.
Okay.
That's really it. This channel has talked about what was the versus battles is how I really grew this channel. And I put out content dealing with just everyday TikTok stuff, but it's the Umar Johnson content that everybody want to hear. So fine, we'll just talk about the truth.
Okay.
I promise I'm not obsessed with the way that people may think. I'm not. I got a whole life. As soon as I get off of here, I got a whole life. Trust me. Shout out to everybody though. Shout out to the behind the scenes team because they know what's up.
This was fun.
it's always gonna be, I do my best to keep it entertaining and fun and not a lecture hall, if you will. But do you have any closing thoughts before we get out of here?
No, none at all.
Don't be trying to cash bogus checks. How about that?
I told you I'm going to play basketball.
All right, she going.
Check.
This is her endorsement. She got endorsed. All right, yes. X Freeman, what you got, man?
Nah, I don't know. This is gonna be interesting. I want to see what old boy gonna say when he catch wind of this bouncing check. I want to know what she gonna say, how she gonna try to spin this. I'm really interested to see whether Lennon gonna even try to touch this whole situation. Because he missed the information, and I'm gonna retract what I say because I want to, preserve my integrity. So I'm interested to see what he gonna do. So these next couple of days should be pretty interesting.
I say this: it's gonna take you guys to hit that like button, push this on into the algorithm, and make sure you let people know. Like, we know that check is bogus. When y'all are out and about in these chats, you gotta bring it up. Because if not, these people are going to skate right on by it like it never happened, man. I'm telling you what I know. And so with that being said, we're finna get up out of here, man. I want to say thank y'all. Know you're welcome to the panel anytime the link is dropped. And so until next time, I'm about to get up out of here, people.
Peace.
And so listen, y'all. I'm telling y'all, man, it's enough lies Umar Johnson is telling to the community. It's enough scamming activities and things he's doing that can be called out. You don't have to get on these YouTube streets and create your own narrative or tell your own stories, because people like myself and the pull-up team is going to look at it and we're going to call it out. And we're going to ask you, where are the receipts? Shout out to the replay gang. Make sure you hype up this video. We are on the road to 6,000 subscribers, so go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Turn on that notification bell so you know when I'm going live next. And hey, if you don't want this channel turning into another misery, that is crazy, send receipts and show topics to the kkctv@gmail.com, and we can talk about any other rabbit holes that you want us to go down and explore. We do this because of you. And listen, I can't tell you how thankful I am for all of the super chats, every one of you guys that decide to join the pull-up team. Listen, this is what I do. I go and I search high and low, and I bring the receipts, and I let you guys determine if it's legit or not. So thank you so much for all that you do for donating and sending super chats and cash apps. That's what I'm trying to say. Shout out to DJ Brett coming into the house. Kiara, thank you so much. We ain't skating past that fake check. Hey, don't let it happen. Don't let it happen, Creole. You better let them. You better ask questions, Marianne. Where the real check at? Where the real check at? Because listen, like a light in the car, that's a check engine light is what I'm talking about. That is wild. And so listen, if it's daytime where you are, make sure you have a great rest of the day on purpose. But if it's nighttime, stay cool like the other side of the pillow. This is a receipt showing I'm your boy KKC. And guess what? What matters when claims are made, the narrative or verified research, that's up to you. But El Malik, I'm not canceled. The research just destroyed you, Playboy. People want to know where the receipts are. I'm out of here. Hit that like button on your way out. Peace.
When the truth gets twisted, the streets listen.
People keep mixing soil contamination with black mold, but they are not the same thing. Brownfield contamination refers to environmental pollutants in soil or groundwater, and that does not automatically create mold.
Mold comes from moisture, not from contaminated dirt outside. Two buildings next to each other can exist, one perfectly clean and one with serious mold, because moisture is the real trigger.
Tonight we break down the facts. No confusion, just receipts. Soil is not mold. Know the difference. Hashtag pull-up team, assemble.
We gotta shut him down because they sabotaging the work. Lee nor honor, we got to get his ass. Pull up time. Pull up time. Lee nor honor, we coming for you. Oh, we coming for you. Oh, we coming for Lee nor honor. Oh, yes. Gerald. His name is Reverend Girl, G-I-R-L. Reverend Girl Palmer, we coming for you. Reverend Girl Palmer, we coming for you. R-E-V-G-I-R-L. Reverend Girl Palmer, we coming for you. We coming for you. William Clay out of DC, we coming for you. It's pull-up time. It's pull-up time. Goon Goon Squad, it's pull-up time. It's pull-up time. It's pull-up time. We coming for you, and you got a nerve to have my videos on your website. William Clay got a nerve to have my videos on his website. It's pull-up time. Writing letters telling people I'm smoking crack. I went to jail for selling crack, smoking crack. I'm stealing school money. Alright. Pull up crew. Pull up crew. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. I can handle the videos, but when you start going to the white man trying to sabotage my work and my profession, can't take that no more. Can't take that no more. I'm gonna take a few, before I take a few questions.